Make sure we're actually live here, which we shouldn't be. Okay, and we are live. What is going on, my specialist SPC here, and welcome back to the Midwest Cantina podcast. So, guys, today I've got myself a brand new guest. Never done YouTube before. It's his debut today. He's nervous. Make sure you guys welcome him with open arms. Please welcome my buddy and my coworker, Matt Razzler.
Hi. How we doing? What are we talking about today, Austin?
We are talking about our favorite anime of all time, Dragon Ball Z.
Trigun.
I've just never watched Trigun in my life, so ever.
It's not bad, but that's for another day.
That's fair enough. Oh, today we are talking about Dragon Ball. We're going to be talking about the entire franchise overall. We're probably going to throw in some more stuff like movies, maybe a game here and there. But it's mostly just going to be about the anime, so make sure you guys join us down in the chat. Make sure you guys get very vocal with us and give us your opinions and give us your guys' stories on Dragon Ball. So, Matt, I guess we're going to start off with you. How did you get introduced to Dragon Ball?
Truth be told, it was, God, it had to have been 98. How old was I? 11. Woof. It was a long time ago. So I've been introduced to, I've been dabbling and following Dragon Ball for, God, 20 plus years already. And I found it by accident. Because it was one of those school nights where I couldn't sleep, but I threw on TV and, what am I going to watch at 11 at night on Cartoon Network? But that. I stumbled across it, and it was intriguing to say the least, because when I first found it, it was the early Saiyan Saga, and that was the Ocean Dub version. And very, very, but still a classic, Found that, watched it. It was when Gohan was being trained by Piccolo, but he's just running around the wilderness trying to figure things out, survive, basically. And it just caught me. I'm like, wow, I can't wait for tomorrow to be tired and watch this late at night. So that's how that kind of started for me. So that's where that happened. And as years progressed, I watched it from Ocean Dub to Funimation, voice changes that were tried to be similar, not too far different, but saw it evolve for the better. And shoot, I've been in love with it ever since. Even in my 30s. That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
how about you?
I guess I kind of found it on accident too, but I went over to a buddy's house who lives near my grandparents, and it was one of the Ginyu Force episodes. I don't remember exactly which one. I just remember Gohan and Krillin were fighting some of the Ginyu Force, and they were strange. So, but then I found out that it was on like every day after I got home from school. So I sat there and I started watching it more and more. I didn't like what I saw, but then I started watching it during the Boo saga, which is, unpopular opinion, my favorite saga of the entire series. It's so fun. It's so dark, and I love it so much. But that's pretty much how I found it. Kind of the same way, almost on an accident. But
Boo took such a different turn as far as like storyline, all the way to music and animation. Like, it was, you sat on the edge of your seat the whole time.
Every episode.
And, like, dude, like white knuckling that shit the whole time. It was insane.
Even still today, every time I watch it, because I have it when Evil Boo first pops up to the end of the saga, and still have such a fun time every time I watch it. It's so fun.
Yep.
The fusions, I love that. I'm a sucker for the fusions, but I will say I like the actual idea of fusion, but half the times I don't like the actual fusion warrior they turn into. I used to love Gotenks, love Gotenks. Not so much anymore, and I kind of think Super ruined that for me. That's going to be a heavy one we're going to talk about too, is Super, because yeah, Super is Super.
And it's interesting because the whole fusion, it was when it was introduced, it was such a cool topic and cool theory that no one knew anything about it other than that it could happen. And when it finally did happen, I forget, were we introduced to Gotenks, the Blob, or the old anorexic looking one? Either one.
The Blob was first, I believe.
It was my favorite.
I think it's the same way with like Fusion Reborn and Broly. I think it's always starts with a fat version, and then they go to like the super skinny, old, nasty looking one. And they're like, "Oh, hey, we've been doing this wrong the whole time.
I wasn't angled enough, or pointer fingers were just been that." Yeah. But it was cool when they introduced that, because then you see like the combination of two of these characters that they have doubts the whole time. They're like, "Is this maybe gonna work? I mean, what are we doing, guys?" And then it worked, and you're like, "Oh my god, this is going down."
I mean, you think about it, the whole series, or at least that whole saga, is like a fusion saga, because I mean, Boo is constantly absorbing people throughout the entirety of the saga.
Right. So
it's basically a fusion saga.
Whether it be absorption, to dance, or even Potara. Which that's gonna get brought up too.
Yeah. I love Potara. If I could pick any fusion, it'd have to be the Potara fusions. I like those more than the dance, because at least them, I guess if you're not a Supreme Kai, it lasts twice as long than like the regular fusion, depending on how powerful you are.
Because when we were introduced to it, we were told that, or it was talked about that it was going to be permanent. Like, dude, there's no going back.
Yeah, then Super changed that.
Super changed that because when Vegito got absorbed, he split apart, and we're like, that wasn't supposed to happen, like, at all. But like you said, Super came about, and we discovered that there was a time limit. So
if you're Supreme Kais and you fuse with Potara, you stay together. But yeah, if you're non-Kai, you split apart after an hour. But obviously, of course, Goku and Vegeta in their God forms, that went down real fast, like
minutes.
Yeah, like a quarter of the time.
Jeez, which is a bummer, because that was a bitch fusion. It really was.
I love Vegeta. He's probably my favorite fusion.
Yep. Was the first second we were introduced to it during Boo Saga. God, it was great. And all the attacks, all just the finesse, even the outfit.
Oh yeah.
You know, it was the perfect combination of Goku's orange gi and Vegeta's underarmor, if you will.
Yeah, it pretty much is. I mean, it's Goku's boots still, but they look like Vegeta's, and he's got the Vegeta gloves on, and he's so Vegeta. So Vegeta the entire time.
My favorite character, Vegeta. He's the man.
Mine's still Goku. Gohan's a close second.
He was until after around Boo Saga. It's like, you devolved so bad.
See, I like him in the Boo Saga. At least like later Boo Saga.
He wasn't bad, but when you're introduced to him during Cell and all those episodes, and then you see him run around during, high school, and it's like, ugh.
The Golden Fighter.
Ugh.
Yeah, that whole first handful of episodes, those weren't the best.
And then Great Saiyaman.
No.
Like,
Great Saiyaman.
How?
So lame.
Oh man.
So lame.
I think I laughed entirely too hard just at how cheesy it was. Because, like, I get it, but it's like way over the top, guy. Come on.
Super over the top.
Keep going. I love what you're doing. It makes me laugh. But
well, then later they start adding. We started bringing in Videl. That's Great Saiyan Woman.
But that was that introduced? I forget. Was that introduced in one of the movies, or was
Wrath of the Dragon.
That's it. It was Wrath of the Dragon. I wasn't sure if it was that or like that time where Kid Buu was defeated and the World Martial Arts tournament was going to take place. I forget if that was introduced.
No, it was right after. That was right after they killed Boo. Because technically, I think between there is when that Wrath of the Dragons happens.
Okay.
There's like a 7-year time jump, I believe, between killing Boo and the World Martial Arts Tournament.
I think you're right. Okay. So it was the movie then. That's right.
Yep. Andrew King, we don't talk about Saiyaman. yeah. It's,
we don't want to talk about it. Believe you me, we don't want to. But it's kind of important, like this much.
Unfortunately, it's part of Gohan's. I don't want to say progression because
it's like Garlic Jr. We have to take it. We have to.
Garlic Jr. One of my least favorite arcs of the entire series.
Well, we talked about this before, and it's funny. It's just I see the disgust in your eyes every time it's talked about.
It's just such a stupid name to start with.
It is
Garlic Jr. Who names their kid? Oh, I'm gonna call you Garlic Jr. Like, no, that's dumb. I don't like it. Plus, I can't decide like what is he because he looks like he's like a different version of like a Namekian.
It's like a cancer-riddled Namekian that's kind of related to Emperor Pilaf.
I mean, that's a pretty good way to describe him, I guess. But
it's dark and twisted, but it's kind of fun.
I mean, it is. I will say though, even like the movies. Some of the movies were just so dumb and so pointless. Like, why? Why do these even exist?
We're gonna save the worst one for last because we're gonna talk about those two. Let's just get it out of the way. Bio Broly. If we're talking animated, we'll get to Evolution soon. Don't you worry. Bio Broly was probably the worst one. The worst one. I watched it once, and that's all I needed and ever wanted because it was just.
I can agree with you on Bio Broly being not good and not needed at all.
Like, I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to make it. They were trying to write it up, and it just.
Well, you know, it's even like movie. Franchises. Oh, there we are.
We're good.
Okay, that scared me for a
It's like the Fast and the Furious 17 and a half. That's what Bio Broly was.
Fast and the Furious. So stupid.
Sweet cars, though.
They're okay.
They're pretty good.
Okay, they're pretty good. But yeah, no, oh man. Yeah, Bio Broly definitely wasn't needed.
Like they were trying to hang on to something that just
like the second Broly movie was still decent, still like watchable for the most part. But there were other times it's like, why are you making another one? Like, just let this guy die already.
He should have died.
Yeah, he should have died in the first movie.
Yeah,
like that was one of the things I can say I actually critique about the second Broly movie is like he just magically landed on Earth. Just
what a coincidence.
Yeah, what a coincidence all of a sudden. Oh, hey, look at that. We just landed here on Earth. And, oh, hey, look, there's still some leftover blood inside of this piece of ice. So let's make another Broly. Like,
what another amazing coincidence.
Yeah.
Just like how they made it work. They made it work, but not well.
No.
Which is unfortunate because I hands down, loved the first Broly movie. It still is probably my favorite.
I can give you that one.
It is. Like, don't get me wrong, Super's Broly was good too, but it's just not the original one because that was That was another Super Saiyan movie that was introduced to us. What was it, like 2002, 3-ish? For us, anyway, in America.
Yeah, I think it was something like that because I think it came out in like the late '90s over in Japan.
Right.
Yeah, we get introduced a lot slower than everybody else, but you can't blame them, unfortunately.
It is what it is, but at least we get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that blew my mind. That whole, and the music with it too. Music. They used rock songs. It wasn't just like Falconer's score or.
They used Disturbed a lot.
I was on board with it.
Me too.
I really was. Like they were throwing like some really hardcore rock songs on that, and it's like, dude, it fit in. Like this guy's he's a killing machine, and I think that's why it just hits home for me. It's one of the best ones I ever watched. Best ones.
I do like the first Broly. That one is pretty good. My favorite is it changes every day. Because there's sometimes I love the history of Trunks because I love the story in it and as an entirety. But then I go to Battle of Gods and it's just such an epic return to form for Dragon Ball. It's just it's so good. I love Beerus. I love Beerus in that version. I'm not the biggest fan of Beerus that we have in the show because it's just
he's such a wiener.
I can't take him seriously anymore. Like he would just show up, just take Goku down in one hit.
And we saw him full-powered Super Saiyan 3 just get walked in a matter of seconds. Not even seconds, like 2.
Yeah, literally. He just pulling punches and everything, and Beerus is just sitting there dodging, dodging.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, like, and you got introduced to a whole new refined version of divine power.
Mm-hmm.
Just in its not even absolute form, a fraction of that, and a small one at that. And Goku just gets owned altogether.
Yeah, like you said, full power Super Saiyan 3, which helped him beat Kid Buu. And then you get to this, which is however long later, and just one hit, full powered Super Saiyan 3, Goku's done.
The word outclassed is an understatement.
Very, very outclassed.
But you're right, though. The whole Battle of Gods that turned things around because we were spoiled with Dragon Ball Z. It ended on an epic high note because we just defeated Kid Buu. We saw the end. And we got GT too. Why not? But then it comes back, and it's on a whole nother level.
Mm-hmm.
It's on a whole other level, and
the bar got raised even higher from when it left.
Oh man, did it ever? Did it ever?
It ended in like the early 90s. Early 90s was when Kid Buu ended.
Yep.
And like a good 15, 20 years later, boom, now we're back. And I'll say it, man, in all honesty, better than ever. Like, that's one of my favorite pieces of Dragon Ball of all time.
Like, they hit the gates running hard. And I remember watching that too when it came out. I'm just like, this is absurd. Because we were introduced to Super Saiyan God. A whole new form that was only known to by deities at that time.
Yeah, just the involvement of like the god stuff just really changed everything about the series. Because like, at least for me at that time, I thought that like the Kais were like the highest. Yeah, no, there's gods of destruction, and then there's whatever Whis is, and then you got like,
well, he's an attendant, but he's an angel, and then there's
Grand Zeno and all
Grand
that.
Zeno, like
Grand Zeno,
Zenny.
the best character in all of Dragon Ball history. Andy King, I thought GT wasn't canon. Please tell me GT wasn't canon. It's not canon anymore now that Super's out, but yeah, you know, man, I hate.
It gets a bad rap.
It does. I love GT. Like the first Okay, the first like 15 to 20 episodes, very forgettable. Very just why do these even exist? They're just. But I can also give them credit where credit is due because they go back to like that old school Dragon Ball. They're just going through all these random fun little adventures to find the Dragon Balls. Then you get introduced to a brand new, just evil villain who apparently I read this too a couple days ago, which is weird we've been talking about this because it just keeps popping up. But
do go on.
Baby was actually supposed to be the final villain for GT. Like he was supposed to be like the last guy they fought.
Was like a different order, or that was just how it was going to end?
They were going to do like the Shadow Dragons first after getting all the Dragon Balls. So they were going to do the Shadow Dragon arc and then 17, and then they were going to do the baby stuff.
Really? Interesting.
I'm glad they did.
I was going to say, like, it does. It absolutely does.
But I can see, though, why, like, the Shadow Dragons would have popped up, because they're going around looking for the Shadow Dragon Balls. I mean...
Right. No, and I feel like that they did the order right. Because after searching the Dragon Balls, they're already the Dark Star Balls. They come back, and Baby's just...
basically taking over the planet.
He's just made it rain, holy hell.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's a good way because that Shadow Dragons are happening behind the scenes. Like it's still going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so they deal with that. Baby Vegeta was a good villain. I enjoyed that arc. I really did. Yes, don't worry. I know it's not canon anymore, but it was still a good one. It really was.
The one thing I would say bothered me though is just the point of Vegeta getting possessed again. It's like Vegeta. Oh, that fight when he gets possessed when he faces off against Gohan and Goten, that was a good fight.
It was.
That was an enjoyable fight.
Yep. Let's talk about that mustache for a minute Vegeta
had. The one thing from GT I wish was canonized was a mustache Vegeta.
Like a weird haircut and a, dare I say, a 1940s German mustache. I won't say the name, but
I just love when he comes out after he shaves it. Wow, honey, you look really good today. Doesn't he, Chi-Chi? Can't you tell anything different? I shaved my mustache, you idiot! Damn.
Oh, the second he got rid of it, I was so happy. It really was.
It was very enjoyable. But it was like weird though, because he keeps looking in the mirror and he's going like this. He's yes. It's like stop.
Like why the mustache? Why did you decide just the mustache? Get a goatee, get the beard, like
look like your dad.
Yeah. Mustache. You landed on that. Ugh.
I am Vegeta, Prince of all mustaches.
I am Vegeta, king of the 1980s porn era. You know, it's not good. Oh. Woof.
Oh no, man. I hate that people like. I know people are like vice versa with me because like I hate when people just dog on GT because I loved it so much, but everybody's the same way with me because I dog on Super all the time because I hate Super. I hate it. There's only so many good things in there I can enjoy, but after that, it's like just stop. Just stop.
Well, let's be real. All the way from Dragon Ball, Z, GT, and Super all have pros and cons. There's parts of all of those that you're like, oh, but there's other parts you're just like, I could watch this over again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Baby was a good one in GT, even Super 17.
All arcs were good.
They really were. Some of those Shadow Dragons were like, ugh.
When they got to like Nova and Ice is when it really picks up.
Yes, definitely.
Those are the best because they literally tie in with, I guess what he was called Sin Shenron back then, but then after he absorbs all the Dragon Balls and he becomes Omega finally. Yeah. I've always wondered this though too. Could all the Shadow Dragons do that instead of just Sin Shenron? Could all the Shadow Dragons done that? We got like an Omega Nova Shenron.
I don't know because it definitely took Sin's form, and we were obviously introduced to him last. So that domino effect ended the way it did. But that's a good question. Could Nova? Could have Ice? I mean,
I don't even remember all the Shadow Dragons.
I don't either. Those are the only two that I really remember, and then Sin/Omega.
Mm-hmm.
There was like one weird hurricane one.
Yeah, there was one. There's a girl Shadow Dragon.
Yeah.
She could control water. There's one that looked like a mole.
Yeah, there was just some like. Ugh.
Oh, and then the one that absorbed Pan, and Goku was gonna have to like blast him with a Kamehameha.
Oh yeah, he reluctantly was gonna like wipe them both out. You could see that in his hesitation in his eyes. He didn't want to, but greater good, dude. Greater good. But got lucky.
That'll be another thing I want to talk about is the emotion that Dragon Ball does, because man, I would have never been able to do that. No way.
In which saga, you know? Like there's so many like it's a roller coaster ride.
Mm-hmm.
It really is.
Up and down all the time.
Oh man.
Then there's sometimes it's just like this for a while, but then it's like, oh hey, we're back. Okay.
Yep.
Like prime example. After the Frieza saga, we get back into Garlic Jr. And it's like, why? And then we start getting into like androids and Frieza coming back and Trunks showing up from the future, and it's like, oh my Lord, okay, here we go. Thank you, Funimation, for doing this for me. And then after that, we just get this little slow thing of Gohan in high school. It's like
it was a necessary evil of filler.
That's one
to an extent. But yeah.
That's one problem I will say I have about this series is their filler episodes are not that great. Especially Super. Their filler episodes are garbage.
Yep. The baseball game between Champa and Beerus' universe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The Arale stuff, I didn't enjoy that.
Oh, I skipped right over that. That was so painful.
Even the first two arcs, because they're just redoing the Dragon Ball movies that we got. So like Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, they're redoing it, but like horribly dragging it out. And man, that animation.
Which part? In all Super or just?
There was some that's not bad, but like when Goku's actually fighting Beerus and he's like Super Saiyan. If you really look in the background, like the animation is horrible.
Oh, during the actual series versus the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. The production value just wasn't there. It was horrible because we saw the movie and it's just like I don't even know what's happening. I'm gonna piss my pants.
We were spoiled.
Yeah,
very spoiled.
Yeah, it was amazing. Resurrection F was another good one. It was amazing. And then I remember when the DVDs came out, because I was so late in the game to get Super, and it had been on Adult Swim for however long. I knew
a couple months, probably.
It was
a month or two,
maybe even longer, like a half a year at least. And I remember catching clips on YouTube, and I never knew that Volume 1 and 2 was just the movies redone. And had I known that, I would have just not bought them, paid $60 for them. But
yeah, they're not.
The comparison is obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty sad when you can go into a 90-minute film and get a better experience than, man, 30 episodes just drug out.
See, and that's another thing too, like how they made all the. If you look at the DVDs that just came out, and you were to put those into a film versus an episode list, you could eliminate so much filler. Your production value would be way better because the CGI would be there, the animation would be there. Yeah, I feel like if those were like movies, like a movie series versus an actual like episode series, I feel like it would have grasped better. Not to dog on all the episodes, but there's some that could have just not. But yeah.
See, like the Zamasu stuff. Like
Yes.
that could have been
a whole movie and a half if you wanted it to be.
See, that could have been drug out to at least like 2 movies at most. Like that whole first
Like a
movie.
two-part?
Yeah, like that first movie, you could have Trunks coming back, dealing with all his stuff, bringing Goku and Vegeta back, and then having them lose at the end, and then just give us like this cliffhanger and being like, oh, okay, so what's going to happen now? And then we get back to the new movie, and we get back, and then we get the whole Patara earrings and everything else that we did. I would have rather watched that. I will say one arc that I do think should probably stay as an arc is the Tournament of Power. Because if not, that would be one long movie.
They would have to be a multiple part if they were to like.
That'd be one long movie.
It would be. It really would be.
You'd have to make it 3 hours usually.
Yeah, and
40. What is it? What was the Tournament of Power again?
it was like 48 minutes. I think.
Yeah, 48 minutes. Drag that out to 3 hours.
God.
Planet's gonna blow up in 5 minutes. 7 episodes later, it still hasn't blown up. Oh, it's only been 3 minutes. Huh? Still got another 2.
Which brings up another point. So I was reading this the other day. Fun fact. Do you remember when they were on planet Namek?
Yeah.
And Frieza decided to blow up the planet, and he said, what was it, 4 or 9 minutes?
5.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Do you remember that was like 329 episodes long? I couldn't figure out why. It's like, wow, they are really dragging this on. But a lot of that was through their perspective. These guys are fighting so fast, moving so fast, so you're seeing it through their eyes where time actually stood still, kind of. And it's like that makes so much sense. Why?
Yeah, I could see that.
You know, because let's be real, that was the longest 5 minutes of my life. So many days wasted waiting after school for that to happen. It's like, when's Namek gonna blow up? Just do.
Yeah, it's like every time they talk, it's like 20 seconds. 20-minute episode, 20 seconds. And then, yeah, like 7, 8 episodes later, it's like, hey, look, the planet's finally going to blow up.
Pretty sure that's been a solid 7 hours. Let's keep going. But that put it into a new perspective. It's like, okay, all right, we're seeing it through their eyes. Makes sense. Kind of.
It does make more sense. It sounds a lot more.
Dare I say logical? Not logical.
That was the word I was going to use, but I didn't want to sound dumb. But logical. Okay, we'll use that word. That works.
I mean, you know.
The grasping of time the Dragon Ball series is not good. But again, though, like you just worded it though, so it makes more sense now. Like, yeah, through their perspective, they're just fighting so incredibly fast that like
a second is like a minute.
Yeah,
You know, maybe
exactly.
not to that comparison, but damn close.
Exactly.
Time. That was another one. We talked about this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when we kind of put in perspective on a timeline where the end of Kid Buu, we can assume that Gohan was still in high school. How long? A week tops. We'll say a week tops between that World Tournament and all of those shenanigans when Goku launched the Spirit Bomb. We'll say a week, right? That's fair.
It's a fair assumption.
Ish. Gohan 16, 17, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the time gap between the end of Kid Buu and Beerus?
Not long. Maybe a year. Well, because you got to think you got to wait for, what was it, 6 months? So that we'll keep Buu inside for 6 months, then we'll gather the Dragon Balls and have everybody forget everything that happened with Buu, and then Buu could come out into the world. So at least,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, at least 6 months to a year.
Okay. So that went down. So that's another year. We'll see. It's now 17, 18. Fast forward to Super.
Okay.
Apparently Gohan's a scholar now. He's about ready to push out a kid, but that's we'll let that move in.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say that's 4 years.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. Well, at the same time, Gohan was pretty smart.
He was definitely accelerated. There's no question there. I mean, he probably invented a new version of calculus. I don't know. But then you look at all the time passed, all the events happen, Pan's born, blah, 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 blah. Trunks and Goten haven't aged a day. Not a day. So, like, the whole concept of, like, how time passes just blows my mind. Some miss it. I was thinking about it when I was pooping the other day. You're welcome.
I mean, you have a lot of good thoughts when you're in the bathroom.
Best.
I can only say that.
The best. And usually I text you when that happens.
That's nice. That image is out there for all you to see now. Yeah, no, the point of time. It's never made even now this timeline stuff with like Trunks. Like,
and time travel.
Yeah. So I know you're a big fan of time travel.
I love it. I love the whole theory and concept of it. I really do. And the fact that they have a time machine and they don't use it. Okay, so they don't use it to its fullest extent. It's like, okay, so Zamasu.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the future. Blank. They're there. They just get walked, and they come back, and it seems like a full day or half day has passed, so they come back at night. Why the holy hell would you just come back the very instant you can? You're left to begin with.
Well, weren't they in like a hurry though to leave? Because they were all like just so badly injured and everything. Like
I suppose. Okay, all right.
Something happened where they needed to like get out of there. I can't remember what it was though. It's escaping me now.
Yeah, but Trunks was up the helm. Goku and Vegeta were still kind of holding their own.
It's been a couple months since I watched this Zamasu stuff.
I just watched it a few days ago. But
I'm glad you're at least preparing for this.
But it's just even during Dragon Ball Z too, I feel like the arrival times. I just don't feel. I feel like they were not using the time machine to its fullest power, like not arriving and departing at the exact even minutes. We're talking like hour difference, hours. Like
so much could happen within hours.
I know so much. I don't know. That was just one of my things because I don't know. Back to the Future kind of put that in perspective for me.
Back to the Future's good.
Mm. They just go back early and warn him. He's in time machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do.
But at the same time, though, I mean, you don't get that. I mean, even though I know that bothers you, but you don't get that kind of like suspense because, like, some people. I'm not going to say who, but
oh, your woman?
Yeah, her. Yeah, okay, so a few months ago, she watched Back to the Future for the first time, like the entire trilogy. We binged the entire trilogy. And she hates Marty because she thinks he's the biggest idiot who's, like, ever been in cinema. But I look at her, I'm like, yeah, but think about it.
He's a punk rocker in the 80s. The only thing he cares about is, like, playing guitar. And other 17-year-olds from the 80s, whatever they're doing. I don't know. Teen Wolf. I don't know. But,
well, I told her, and I don't know if anybody else agrees with me. I guess I've never gotten your opinion yet, but, like, if everything went so smooth, what's the point of the movie? Like, if there's not these little, like, mishaps and everything that happens in the film.
You've got to have an antagonist.
Yeah.
You've got to have shit going south. You have to.
Because if you don't, what's the point of even making the movie?
Exactly.
Like, you can't do step by step. Every single thing goes perfect.
Like, Biff and his shenanigans bothered the holy hell out of me. But it was a necessary evil. There's no story without it.
In the clock tower, she despises the clock tower for whatever reason.
It's like the centerpiece to this whole thing.
That's what I told her. Like, it's literally like besides, like, especially the first movie, like the whole love between Lorraine and George, but like the clock tower is the centerpiece of the entire series.
Dude totally made out with his mom.
He did.
I had to throw it out there and just monkey wrench your thought process.
I mean, unless you watch Family Guy and you get that version. Pictures disappearing. Oh no! Well, I guess I can go bang my mom. Hey, Lorraine, wait up! Hi, I'm Marty.
I almost went as far as thinking about Marty McSuperfly.
To be continued.
Remember when it wasn't Marty, it was a different guy. Oh, it was one of the earlier ones. Anyway, it's not important.
I was about to say, yeah, it's early.
We're not friends. Anyway.
All right. Andy, if you're still here in the chat, can we still be friends? Even though I know Andy's a little mad at me still, but love you.
Nice move. Where'd you learn that from?
People. People.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's beautiful outside, isn't it?
That's another one you from me.
Well, man,
I'm honored.
You're welcome.
No. Love you, mean it.
Yeah, we're friends. No, man, Dragon Ball, it's like you said, it's like a roller coaster. Like, it has such highs. Sometimes it throws nice big old loops through, but then you get like to the end, it's like, oh, damn it.
Cliffhangers were another thing too.
Yeah.
Oh man, and they were good at it. They were good at it.
Very good. I mean, wow. All right. Okay.
You want a beer?
I'm okay.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, no, cliffhangers were a thing. And they play the same, 30 episodes over and over for what seemed like the better part of half of a year.
Yep.
I get why, but it's like, come on.
I remember watching a lot of the Evil Boo stuff over and over and over before he actually started absorbing people like Gohan and Gotenks. Those episodes in there between when he actually becomes Evil Boo and before he becomes
Super Boo, Kid Boo.
No, there are certain names for him when he absorbs people. Boo Tanks and
Boo Tanks was good.
He wasn't bad. I
totally got that cocky and arrogant side of him.
I like that. I like Boo better.
What about Bukalo?
That was interesting. Bukalo.
They're fighting, all of a sudden he's got a cape instead of a vest. It's like, oh, it's done.
We should have just killed him right there. Although I'm gonna say, man, I love Kid Boo. Kid Boo's probably my favorite. I will say he's my favorite villain in the entire series.
Well, he was. Did you? Okay, so
Beerus would have been there if he wouldn't have, been the way he was.
See that? Okay, so we didn't know it at the time, but I was thinking about this too. Whis and Beerus know that without Supreme Kai, Beerus can't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Were they on standby? Were they watching this? Were they like, wonder what's for dinner? Yeah. How is that not a concern of theirs? It was unbeknownst to us at the time, but epic foreshadowing.
Yeah. I can see that now, especially now with what they've done in Super.
Right? I don't know. Overthink it. I get questions, but
it just shows how big of a fan you are.
The passion is there.
It's like me with Star Wars, man. Today, I watched the season finale of The Mandalorian, and I bawled my eyes out in the last 10 minutes. It was a good cry, a happy cry.
That's good storytelling, though.
Oh, dude, if you can get that kind of emotion out of me, where I'm bawling, I'm sold. Sold. Prime example too in the Boo saga. Once again, I got to bring it up. Vegeta sacrifice, man.
God, that was good.
The first time I watched, I didn't really know who Vegeta was, but I'm like, he's giving up his life to save his son.
Not only that, he was possessed. He was possessed by Babidi.
Mm-hmm.
Evil was reborn again. Dude hugged his son in sacrifice. Still while under that control. Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, evil's not the way to go, people. I don't care what you say. A little bit of evil's okay.
Road rage is okay.
That's more necessary than anything for the human life. But what's another good one? I mean, Goku sacrifice during the Cell games.
Totally read my mind. Yep.
Like that one hits home for a lot of people.
Well, Piccolo.
Piccolo defending which time? Oh, never mind. I guess this is the first one. The
very first one.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
Yep.
I feel like there was even one in Super that I was actually like, oh, okay. Oh, no.
GT,
yeah.
GT had one
with Piccolo too. Piccolo staying on Earth while the planet was exploding to get rid of the Black Star Dragon Ball.
Just enough power for Goku to use instant transmission and get the F up out of there.
Let's say that one.
He's like, no, I'm good, man.
I think it's just more his speech. Like he's talking to Gohan. He's not even there, but he's like touching Gohan, being like, let's talk about something else. No, stop it.
God, that was good. That was.
Another unpopular opinion is one of my things for my channel. I'm an unpopular opinion person, but I think that's the best actor for Chris Sabat. That scene right there. Besides, close second is Vegeta's sacrifice. But I would say that scene with Piccolo.
Yeah.
It's tearjerker.
It was. It really
kind of
was.
like trying to fight back tears now, just thinking about it. Like it's.
You want to hug it out?
No. You're going to make it too weird.
Clearly. That's what I do.
Guys, this is basically another Ethan over here. Maybe a little weirder. We'll see.
Don't make it weird.
I'm sorry. I mean, even epic moments too. So many. I can't even keep track of them all. Gohan doing the Kamehameha. With what's his name? Goku.
Wow.
You're
the main guy.
It took me a minute. Wow. This has been one of those days, guys. It's been one of those days already.
I was the one drinking.
Yeah, apparently I haven't had enough to drink yet. Yeah, no, that was an epic moment. Even to I guess kind of get back on the emotional part too. I guess Vegeta finally admitting that Goku is the best during his fight with
Yes, yes, that was one of the best moments ever. It was such a recap on all the battles that they both were in, witnessed.
Mm-hmm. Even did it again in the Shadow Dragons.
Yep. It was just the proud Prince Vegeta, just being like, dude, you're better.
Yeah.
I tip my hat to you. I'm better, or you're better. Such respect, huge respect.
You know, I think now too is like even after Dragon Ball Z, up until like the next tournament, there's still like that level of respect. What happened in Super? He talks to him the same way he used to. You're an idiot. You're a clown. You're this. You're that.
Oh yeah, it basically just was Chinese after a day. Went right down the toilet. Yeah, epically. So I'm just recapping some episodes too about that happening because you're right. Clown. Are you an idiot? How are you even married? You've never kissed your wife?
Yeah.
Oh.
Even the way too they talk at the end of the tournament, like he just watches Goku just fly off, and he's like, "Yep."
He's just like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Even too at the end of the Cell Saga, he sacrifices himself, and Vegeta's just no idea what to do anymore. He's just lost. He just says, "I'm no warrior. I'll never fight again." That's it. He's gone.
That's where Bojack came into play because he's totally still moping around too.
Yep.
He's just lost the urge to train when during their like weird tournament. It wasn't a world tournament. It was just a weird tournament.
Yeah,
Not a weird one, but
galactic tournament of
Yeah.
some sorts. That was a weird movie.
it's good though.
It's not bad. It's lower on my list, but it's not bad.
I give it a B-.
Yeah, I give it about that. Still passing, but
Better than the bio turd.
anything better than that. I mean, I wrote it down too one of these times. I don't remember when, but I remember I ranked all the Dragon Ball movies from like my least favorite to my favorite. Yeah, Battle of the Gods is still number 1. History of Trunks is probably number 2. I don't even remember after that. I have a guilty pleasure for Lord Slug. Lord Slug is awesome.
It was good. It was good. The time where they placed it in the timeline makes no sense.
That's how most of the movies are, though.
Like all of them, because there's only a handful that could work. Trunks, obviously. Bardock could have before Super kind of went a different path with that.
Decanonize that.
Kinda.
Even Cooler to an extent, because I mean, at the beginning of the Cooler movie,
Cooler's Revenge could have worked, because there was a 3-year timeline or time gap between Trunks coming back and warning them and the actual event taking place. So that could have worked. That very well could have worked. For all we know, it did.
it's true. Well, and because you at the beginning of the movie, he sees Bardock getting killed, and then it jumps forward. What? My brother got killed by a Saiyan.
It was the one that Cooler watched fly off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that one could have worked. What's another one that could have worked?
I guess weirdly, like Wrath of the Dragon could have worked. Because
Yes.
that was after. That could have been after Boo, even though Boo wasn't in the movie at all. Even
Was it? I don't remember.
Fusion Reborn, that could work. That one was. Actually, no, that one wouldn't work. Sorry. Yeah, because they're somehow.
Yeah, they're both dead.
Yeah.
They're both dead. There's no way it would have worked, because
Like how'd they both die?
yeah, Vegeta didn't even have a body until like during the whole like Janemba.
Janemba.
Because wasn't the fat one Janempa?
No, they're both Janemba.
Weird. Okay. Yeah. So during that whole ordeal, like Vegeta got a body back. It's like you didn't have a body during the whole Boo part or piece when you blew yourself up. Goku, it doesn't jive.
Yeah, that one's one of the more weird ones where
Yeah.
like shouldn't even exist. It just makes no sense.
Like after Kid Buu, they just bye.
Well, that's the thing, because Goku even tells Janemba, he's like, you should be proud. Only Majin Buu has ever pushed me to this form.
See, and that was another thing that didn't make sense. It's like, what?
That's just like, did Goku just die again? Did they both die? Did they both are like, hey, let's just take vacation? What the hell? I'm sick and tired of being alive. So,
Yeah. Like, sick of Chi-Chi shit.
yeah,
He
exactly.
just wants me to farm all day. Bullshit, like. But
I know you keep saying Broly. I know you think Broly could be.
there's a like a 1 to 5% chance it could have worked. It could have worked during that whole like announcement of the Cell games and the actual Cell games. I know it was like 10 days, but it could have worked. There's another one too that could have worked in place of that. I don't remember which one it was. Metal Cooler.
Yeah, Metacooler. Yeah, I like that one.
It's good.
But
It's really good.
that's another one of those more far-fetched movies that's like, okay. Oh, we got Mecha Frieza. Heck, let's step it up and let's have a Mecha Cooler.
He's Chromer now.
Yeah, a lot more chrome. Although I will say, like my jaw dropped when like the 100 coolers came over on top of the mountain.
Oh yeah, they had such a hell of a time with just the one, and then they're like, they see on the horizon like,
Hey, Vegeta, you take the 500 on the left, and I'll take the 500 on the right. Screw you, I'll take 501. That's the spirit.
Ah, is that Team 4-Star?
Team 4-Star.
Well played. Well played.
Keeps kicking me in the dick. Why? Why does it keep kicking me in the dick?
What's your power level?
I gotta say, we gotta talk about Team 4-Star now that I brought that up.
We should.
Team 4-Star is amazing. My favorite part of Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
It's not real, but I love it. Oh, I love it so
That was
much.
another accident.
Total accident.
It was a happy accident. Happy accident. When I first stumbled onto that, I was telling you today.
Yeah.
When I stumbled onto it, I was at work on YouTube because I'm cool like that, and I don't know how or why, but it came up on YouTube's feed, and Dragon Ball Abridged. What?
What's this?
Click. Watched it. I was 30 seconds in, dying of laughter. Dying. It was great. And my coworkers are like, "What are you laughing at?" I just watched. I'll walk away. And I introduced it to a coworker that I had just recently, 6 months prior, introduced him to Dragon Ball, and he fell in love with it, which, divine miracle how that happened anyway. He watched it. I walked away because I couldn't handle it.
It's pretty funny.
I didn't get more than 30 feet away, and I heard him dying too. And I'm like, dude, this is great. And there was only 10 episodes at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It was gold. It was just gold.
Well, 12 or 13, because that part 10 was like split up into 3 parts.
That's right. Yep.
There
Yep.
was like 12-ish, something like that. But
It was so good.
they got so much better.
Krillin's kill count or own count was just probably the best every time.
Oh. Got to what, 40 something? Like 42 or 43. So good. They made Goku such an idiot.
I mean, he's already a pretty big dummy, but they really
Way
emphasized it. Yeah.
That must be the inspiration that they got when they made Goku for Super. Because I swear that's gotta be what happened.
Like an accidental homage kind of thing.
Yeah, something like that. So,
I think that's why we like him. Dude's never clearly made out with his wife.
never.
Pumped a few kids in him, but never kissed.
That's another thing Team 4-Star delivered us.
The dominatrix that Chi-Chi is.
Oh my god. I'm just so exhausted, Krillin. I'm just gonna tag you out.
What?
I mean, Goku, just tag me out. I'll take it for it. What? No. God, they make Krillin such an idiot in there too.
Not even just an idiot, but just I'm gonna say it, a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bigger one than normal.
Yeah, they did.
But you know who they made a bigger one? Yamcha. Like Yamcha.
I mean, Toriyama did a good enough job of that, but
it's more sad he's played by the same guy who voices Piccolo and Krillin. Not Krillin, Vegeta. Like the two of like the best characters in Dragon Ball. It's been a day, man. It's been a day. I'm still on my I'm still full from Chinese.
God.
We ate at like 11:30.
Yep.
So we're on 9.5 hours since I ate, and I'm still full.
I could eat again.
This isn't like me. Normally, I've already eaten like 3 more times by then. It's kind of sad.
You're such a Dragon Ball fan.
I am.
I could have kept going after 20 minutes. I kid you not. I went shopping, hungry again immediately. Yeah.
We're gonna try to eat like Goku.
I just need a time out period, and then I'm good. Yeah. I forgot how good your cooking was, King Kai. It's really good. That's another thing that Super has. There's some one-liners and cute little quips that are just like, I love it when Whis talks shit to Beerus. Like, Beerus is like, oh, really? Like, I'll kick the crap out of you. And Whis is like,
Yeah.
Like,
good try.
like, it's funny. They're like an old married couple. It's great.
They are. Man, I just thought about this too. We've been talking about Super, DBZ, and GT. We haven't even talked about what started it yet. The OG Dragon Ball.
The very beginning.
I'll say it, man. I love it. It's like some of my favorite anime.
It was good. It was really good. I watched it all the way to the Jackie Chan era.
Yep. That's about when I stopped watching.
I regrettably didn't watch it after that.
That happened to me too, but unfortunately that's when I got introduced to DBZ.
Right?
So then it's like, oh, cool, I'll watch this instead. And
It's hard to jump from the origin story to when it's basically explained to you. You know.
I've never watched it yet, but I want to watch his fight with Piccolo's. Everybody says it's like one of the best fights in like all of the series.
I'd watch that. I was thinking about getting the blue boxes or whatever. The blue box DVD set for Dragon Ball. I think there's only like 2?
4.
Is there 4?
I think it's only 4.
Either way, I would get those. It would complete my set because I got the orange one for DBZ and the green one, or the lime green one for GT. It would complete my set. Everyone talks shit on that one too. Like the orange ones were it's like just episodes. What's wrong with them? You know?
That's all it is. It's literally just episodes.
What's wrong with them? There's nothing wrong with them. You take the little sleeve off, it says GB's or Dragon Ball Z. There's nothing wrong with them. I don't know. You give people the internet and that's what you get.
It's true, man. It's just how the internet is nowadays. They ruin everything for everybody. Everybody's got an opinion magically. Just like this bad boy over here. Lots of opinions on that. Lots of opinions.
I would love to watch all the Star Wars and have a talk with you about that.
Yeah, you would. Well, this one and that one. I'm pointing at the Rise of Skywalker one. Yeah, that one.
I heard super good things about that one.
Oh, I like that one. I like that one. There's somebody here in the chat who doesn't really like it all that much. He's got his problems with it, which again, I can respect why people have their problems with.
It shows the passion.
Exactly.
It's awesome. Good or bad, agreement or otherwise.
Grant, I'm still going to say Empire's the best one still. In my opinion.
I don't know. I think Jedi was better.
I can respect that. As another good.
That one I at least watched.
That's good. As long as you watch the original trilogy, we can still be friends.
Yep. I got the first 3. Here's the new ones in like the 98 to 2000 ones that I never covered to.
You're not missing a lot, but it does complete the story. I'll just tell you, episodes 1 and 2 are hard to get through. Episode 3 is fine.
All I know is, based on all the memes that are out there, Anakin killed a bunch of kids. I don't know.
Yup.
Yup.
Dude. I think it was Andy. And I think if he's still in there in the chat, I want him to tell me. But the prequel movies that brought us so many amazing memes. As soon as you watch the prequels, just go around and look for the memes, and you're gonna laugh.
Yep, there's some good ones out there. I sent you a few of them.
Yeah.
Even not watching, but I know enough to be dangerous. But
They're so good.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got so off topic there.
I was gonna say too, wasn't Mark Hamill in Rise of Skywalker?
Yes. He returns in this one. And then yeah, he's in here for a brief little bit.
Okay.
This is the last movie Carrie Fisher made before she passed away.
Sad day.
Yeah, she died like a week before the film came out.
It's like Stan Lee with Avengers.
Yep. And unfortunately, it's his last cameo is one of my least favorites. It was just kind of
Venom.
Venom was good.
Just kidding.
Venom was good. So many people hate on Venom. I love it.
Why?
So why?
Why do people hate on it? It was so good.
I don't know. A lot of people just are like, this is stupid. I'm like, why? What's wrong with it? Tell me.
Eddie Brock looked like dog shit that whole movie, and he was just still kicking. I loved it. What? He just grabs a live lobster and starts eating it in front of a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Oh, this is good. Oh, this is great. Burning up.
Yeah.
No, this is not good. It's dead. What? It's fish sticks. Anywho.
So what do you want for dinner? Tater tots and chocolate.
It was great.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand why people, especially the new one.
Yep. Carnage.
It's supposed to be out this year. And they pushed it. Thanks, COVID. There's so many good movies. That one.
James Bond.
I will say, yeah, I want to see James Bond. I will say that. I didn't really become a James Bond fan until a few years ago when I watched the Daniel Craig movies.
Daniel Craig killed it. He really did. Like, I thought Pierce was pretty good, but Daniel Craig, like, raised the bar a few different times.
I've only seen the Daniel Craig ones. I'm like 20 movies behind.
The only ones I watched all the Pierce ones. And the only other one that I watched was The Man with the Golden Gun.
Okay.
That was the only other old one that I watched. Only because, well, GoldenEye 64 came out and there was a reference to it, The Man with the Golden Gun. So I watched it. Wow, not bad for what it was, but it's the 60s. What are you going to do? 70s.
Oh, it's okay. It's like early James.
Yeah.
James. Okay. You're still farther than I am. I like the Daniel Craig. Those ones are good. Anyone else was supposed to come out? Halloween Kills. That was my most anticipated film for the year, and that got pushed. Morbius. I forgot about Morbius.
Yep.
I'm actually excited for that one.
That's another one. Man. Wonder Woman too. I feel like that got pushed a little bit more, but at least it's coming out next week?
Christmas. Yeah, next Friday. Yeah, that got pushed like 2 or 3 times this year. Black Widow, I think. There's a few that are just escaping me, and I don't remember what they are. But
Scarlett Johansson, yes, please. Yeah.
I'm not as anticipated for that. She's not bad, but she's not one of my favorite Avengers.
She's not, but I feel like they underplayed her character as the story progressed. Because when she got introduced in Iron Man, she had a mysterious past. Like, you didn't know about, like, she was just this epic, hot, badass that just walked all over happy.
Yeah. Walked way over.
Oh, man, it was awesome. All Tony Stark is like, I want that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
she does do better. I'd say my favorite version of her is probably from the toss-up between Winter Soldier and Civil War.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, her in Endgame, that was just a little. It's really dark. It's a darker performance.
How irritating was that when her and Jeremy Renner were like, no, I'm jumping, I am, just to get the Soul Stone. It's just like, oh my. Let's both jump. At this point.
I got to that point too, where they're literally fighting each other. It's like, stop.
This is dumb.
Because I know there's a deleted scene of them like fighting off against Thanos's guards or whatever, and I think one of them gets like shoved off or something. I think Scarlett Johansson gets pushed off by accident or something.
Really?
Where she like jumps at the guy and like they both fall.
I don't want to say I'd rather watch that because that might, describe my opinion entirely. But it would have been interesting to see like the alternate, kind of compare. Because the whole like, no, I'm jumping. No, I am.
Yeah, it's like, when are y'all gonna jump? I want to get to the final stuff here.
Were we talking about Dragon Ball Z?
What? I think so. I don't even really know what we were talking about.
I think we veered off.
Yeah,
from the original Dragon Ball.
The original Dragon. That's where I thought we were talking
about.
Yeah.
Epic snowball.
Dude, yeah, it happens. It happens a lot. Again, you can ask You can ask anybody I do podcasts with. We just get so far off basis. It's like, oh yeah, hey, we're talking about this specific subject. We should probably get back to it.
I love it. I love it.
It makes podcasts more interesting, man.
Yep. So yeah, the original Dragon Ball, I only got to Jackie Chan. I ended up watching the part where he turned into the Uzuru.
Which time?
At the World Martial Arts Tournament.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I think that was where I left off. Just because, like you said, Dragon Ball Z was out. It's like, well, I don't know what's happening. Let's go here because it's cooler.
Yeah, I watched the entire fight, and then I watched, I think, a few episodes after that where Goku's going around looking for the Dragon Balls again. He goes back to Bulma's place and gets the Dragon Radar and all that stuff. And
see, and that's where I kind of I can agree with you on GT, going back to its roots. Yeah, it was the scale of trying to find them went from a planet to a galaxy. Sure, but it went back to what we all knew Dragon Ball to be. It was a hunt. It was adventure / hunt for Dragon Balls. That's all it was.
it's literally why it's called Dragon Ball.
But this time in GT, it was a quest. It was a race against the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you didn't find them a year, the whole planet that the wish that they originated from, or spread from, gone. So in that sense, it took it up a notch, but still paid homage to its roots.
It did, but also at the same time, though, I mean, it still ends up happening anyway. Like Goku and them are looking for the Dragon Balls to save Earth, and then still in the end, it still blows up.
That's right.
So I don't think they ever remade a wish.
They wish for Earth to be back. It's been so long since I watched.
That was from the Namekian Dragon Balls. They never remade a wish with like the Black Star Balls.
That's right. How did the Earth get destroyed again in GT?
Like
which saga or which arc?
The Baby Saga.
It was Baby. Okay. That's right.
Yeah, because they had made the planet Tuffle like a little ways away from Earth.
That's right. Like what? For the Z Warriors, it was flying distance, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was basically like looking at the moon.
Yeah.
It was like flying over to the moon for them. So it's like, okay. Well, yeah, no, they're racing against the clock, and yeah, it still ends up blowing up anyway, even after getting the Dragon Balls. But at the same time, though, it still works because Piccolo makes the sacrifice, and they end up still being destroyed anyway, so nobody can use them again.
Silver lining,
but then you get to like the Shadow Dragon era after the Super 17 stuff, and then there's like a new concept with the Dragon Balls made where, oh yeah, you guys have just been using this so many times, and after so long, all the, I forgot what it was, the evil or something in them, or the negative energy.
I think it was negative energy, and what happened was they were basically using them every year, waiting once a year when this evil energy or this dark energy is supposed to dissolve or go away, whatever you want to call it, after like hundreds of years. I think the transvestite Kai told us that. Keep in mind, he was a witch.
Oh, the old Kai? Oh, it took me a minute. Yeah, no, that was a concept I never really liked about the Dragon Balls. It was like this whole negative energy thing. But it makes sense, though, with the Shadow Dragons.
It does for that story piece, but yeah, it kind of just rained on a parade of Dragon Ball. Like, this wasn't supposed to happen all the time. Like, shit.
It made more sense, I guess, for me personally, if, like, the Black Star Balls still survived and there was, like, more negative energy in there. And then those became the Shadow Dragons or the Black Star Dragons or however you want to call them.
The evil dragons or Shadow Dragons, Yeah. I don't know. This is such a weird... We really piece things together differently in GT as far as in that concept. But,
Even the Dragon Ball, I'm a sucker for tournaments. Like that felt like a legit like old school anime watching Dragon Ball.
Yep.
It was like a classic anime. Then of course we get the Dragon Ball Z and GT and Super and all that, and it kind of just goes a little far out, but
it was far-fetched, but it made for good storytelling.
Yeah, some things work, some things didn't work, some things are a little mixed up in there, but
it went from an alien brother to more aliens from brothers from another mother, and to fighting in a different planet in space. That was neat. They stepped it up with time travel.
Mm-hmm.
Then with robots, and then with sorcery, with Boo, all that. So yeah, it was just like, okay, yeah, I mean, far-fetched, still good.
Yeah. Well, gods. Then we get to gods.
Yeah, like what's past gods? Like, how do you top that? You just keep rolling with it, or that's just it. Like, I'm excited to see what happens with that. I really am.
I mean, there's some new stuff out. I don't know. You know more about it than I do.
Well, I know that there's the whole Moro arc, which I think just concluded not that long ago, like in the manga. That was a wild ride. That had to deal with, I think there was Mirus, who was one of the angels, but he was on the Galactic Patrol. Like, there was a side hustle or something like that. Yeah, that was interesting. I know there's like even some fan ones too, some fan-based mangas. One I just recently watched was Broly versus Jiren. Ooh, indeed. Gasp, you should. Because what happened in this storyline was Jiren had mastered Ultra Instinct as well.
Jesus.
But on the flip side, Broly had tapped into his legendary Super Saiyan 3.
Okay.
And you remember the Broly movie? Dude was only in Super Saiyan 1 form, taking on Gogeta Blue. And it was... the gaps were not that far apart. So you take Mastered Ultra Instinct versus Super Saiyan 3 legendary status. Yeah. It's insane. I know it's only fan.
There wouldn't be enough planets in a galaxy for that battle, right? Like a punch between the two of them together would just destroy everything.
Mm-hmm. Another one I watched is I don't know if you know what Dragon Ball AF was.
Yep.
It was a huge
Z-Core.
Yep, it was a huge fan manga. Someone animated that. That was neat.
Yeah, but I watched some.
Those were great. Those were fantastic. Because then we got introduced to Super Saiyan 5, which also mind-blowing. One that really got me though was a fan-made Dragon Ball Super. It had to deal with the angel from the 13th universe, who was supposedly destroyed, but wasn't by just mere chance / luck. And he's kind of been coming up with this diabolical plan to take over his own. It's an interesting fan-made manga. It really is. They took a whole new approach to it. Because yeah, it has to do with deities and gods and all that happy stuff. But now we're talking about supposed erased angels.
Interesting.
I think Murno or something like that was his name. Yeah. Brother of Whis that was supposed to have died, but didn't. It's an interesting manga on how that one takes place. It's not canon by any means, but it was a whole. If there's one that could be, I think it should be.
There's even a fan-made manga or anime after GT. It's called Dragon Ball Absalon.
Ooh, yes, I know exactly what that one was good.
I don't even remember what I think they were on Namek again for whatever reason. They were fighting like I don't remember a lot of it.
It was an older one. I think they came out with animation for Absalom a long time ago, and they only got to like a couple episodes.
It was not very many. Yeah,
No.
it's like maybe 4.
No, I think
3 or 4.
even that's being generous.
It's not very many.
Mm-mm.
That's all I can remember. It was just supposed to take place after GT. That's all I remember from it. I just remember Goku, or no, not Goku. Vegeta was like the leader now of the Z Warriors and all that, and I'm like, oh, finally, he's getting his spotlight. Vegeta deserves it after everything he's gone through the series.
But he was a damn close second.
Very close.
Like it wasn't neck and neck. It was like a hair away. He trailed, but not by far.
I mean, in Battle of the Gods, he surpassed Goku for a little bit.
That's another thing that bothers me. He did. But where was Vegeta's transformation? That's one thing that bothers me is the transformation. We were introduced to Super Saiyan God.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Just mind-blowing. And then one day, no, we're blue. No rhyme or how, just kind of happened.
But yeah, we don't even see how Vegeta turns into a god, like
until Broly.
Yeah, and so you got to get everybody together, do the whole hand-holding thing, and giving their energy and all that. So
it's an unexplained transformation.
So like, did another villain show up or something, or
there's so many unanswered questions. So many.
No, I understand what you mean about, like, don't get me wrong, I love the blue transformation. It's awesome.
I do too, but there's no like real backstory on how it happened. Just one day
there.
Blue.
It's like, okay, how?
Yeah.
Show me what happened.
I like stories. You could tell me how and why.
They delved into it a little bit though in Super. I will give them that.
Well, they were just doing training on Beerus's planet, weren't they?
Yeah, and then they just collided with a punch, and all of a sudden, like, their hands turned, had the blue aura, and they're like, what's that? Okay.
Dare I say, hate to be a pessimist, but that's not enough.
No, I agree.
You know, I mean, but you got a glimpse of it, though, at least.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's something.
It gave us literally a hair moment.
Yep. Yep.
Backstories, man, we need it.
I'm all about backstories. I love origin stories. I do. And the whole fact that one day Vegeta's blue, he skipped God all entirely.
It's like GT. He never turned Super Saiyan 3, and he needs to use Flux Waves to become Super Saiyan 4.
You know why that is, right? It's a lot simpler than you think. All of the illustrators and animators said it was just a giant pain in the ass to draw Super Saiyan 3. Huge.
I mean, I believe it.
So that's why they never took the approach of Vegeta.
I would have loved to have seen Vegeta Super Saiyan 3.
Mm.
Just to see it.
Mm.
Like, you only see him as Super Saiyan 4 for, what, a couple minutes?
It wasn't long. It was very short-lived, which is unfortunate. It was a badass form.
Where Goku, you have him for 3 full arcs as Super Saiyan 4.
That one was really hard for me to wrap my mind around because he was still wished as a kid, but he could transform to an adult Super Saiyan 4. It's like,
so he's an adult. If he transforms, he becomes an old man, or
right? So more questions just keep arising. It's like, I too can go to a child, from a child to a man at will.
I wish we would have gotten that, though, in Battle of the Gods, because there are all those fan-made pictures of, like, Goku as Super Saiyan 4, but he's all yellow and he's got his 2 fingers on Beerus's head. He's just freaking out.
I know exactly which one you're talking about. That would have been good.
Would have been a great way to introduce it.
Mm. Yep.
I mean, I'm still a fan. I like the God forms. But I'm going to say it. I don't like Mastered Ultra Instinct. I like just that regular Ultra Instinct where it's still black-haired Goku.
Like a slight silver.
Yeah, just the
outline.
the aura around him and, like, the eyes. Like I like that form way more. Master Ultra Instinct. I don't like the white hair. It's too much.
But that goes back to what we were talking about as far as making this whole episodes into movies, because I feel like the production value was there. It wouldn't have been gray or silver. You would have saw it like a metallic CGI. I feel like that it was a lost opportunity.
Yeah.
Just my thoughts. Because, and that's a lot of lost opportunity they could have had instead of putting them into episodes, which I get they did. They did a pretty good job. It was a decent job. It was a great job. I won't say it. But if they would have made them into movies and released them how like Battle of Gods and Resurrection F, even Broly, we'll get to that later. But yeah, the quality would have been there tenfold. It would have been insane. You would have shit your pants.
Sorry, easily. I mean, I would have easily.
Yeah, I mean, now let's talk about Broly. Let's get that. The new one was good. It was good,
but it's not your Broly.
It's not. Okay, two things. One, it's not my demonic, psychotic, killing machine Broly that we were introduced to in 2003. However, we at least brought him back and canonized it. So that was something. Let's touch on that animation, though.
Do we have to?
I mean, let's just elephant in the room, dude. Let's get it out. It wasn't good. Like, no homo, but Goku totally lost muscle definition in some of those scenes.
His fight and afterwards, yeah, he literally had no muscle.
Like nothing.
Like me, because I went with you and Kelly and Ethan. We all three, all four of us there
was talking throughout that whole thing.
Yeah. Well, and me and Kelly on the way home, we talked about the whole time I brought him home. Like, that was the first thing we talked about. He's like, what the heck was with Goku? He had no muscle, like, after they teleported.
Just glad I'm not the only one that thought that, because it looked like rough drafts. Rough drafts, and they just put some color to it.
Yeah, it looked like a kid drew it.
Yeah.
It's like, why? What are you doing? Stop. Yeah. This is not right. Because I need to look it up. Who the animators were,
because after a workout, dude, you got a pump going. You're gonna see every muscle fiber and all of that. You didn't see anything in there.
Because the one who did the fight with with Vegeta and Broly, that was probably the best animator.
God, that was good. I liked how they Vegeta's transformation into God. How he went from like yellow to green then to red, where you saw like a whole spectrum of colors. Wow, like that was on point.
Okay.
But then you see that glimpse when they're practicing fusion.
Yeah.
Looked like your drunk uncle tried to pick up a pencil.
Yeah. Okay. I should just do this on the computer so everybody can see it, but I'm totally gonna butcher these names, by the way. I just want to throw that out there for everybody because it's not gonna be pretty. Maybe if it loads. Okay, here we go finally. So the animator for the Goku fight was Naohiro Shintani. So yeah, that's the one that I'm not a big fan of.
But it was better than the animation where they were learning to fuse.
I think he did the same one. I think that was the same.
Was it the same? Okay.
Because up until
that would make sense then.
Because up until we actually got Vegeta. Not Vegeta. Gogeta, him. My words are hurting today. I don't know why. It just hurts. I think I need more. I'm okay. You're gross.
should do those shots you were talking about.
I'm good. So, come on, come back. How about you keep talking to the audience?
I was just thinking.
Yeah, you bring
what
something
are you up to, dude?
It's taking me a while, so if you bring something up, just talk to these guys.
We got to witness Weiss trying to go up against Broly. That wasn't even trying, though. He was just like,
I think he was just teasing him.
That was a filler. Pretty decent filler. Let's talk about that music.
Some of it was okay. I didn't think it was that great. I know that's always been a problem with you when it comes to...
I'm passionate. If you don't have a good score, like, it's not going to be good. Like, Batman has their... Like, okay, so you look at the Nolan verse.
Yep.
You know exactly what music I'm talking about with score. It's perfect. It's on point. It goes well with the story, the character, what they're trying to bring to life.
The Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. It's the best superhero.
I'm not arguing. I'm just glad someone else said something too. Andrew Garfield's the best, though.
He's a good Spider-Man. I will say that.
I like how you bite your tongue when you want to say things and you don't want to.
Trying to be very polite here, everybody.
It's funny. But no, like, okay, so we'll go back to even the Dragon Ball Z, the Falconer score. Loved it. Loved it. Even the parts where it was cheesy. It made it better because it was just goofy music. Hilarious.
Super uses the Japanese music.
I know. And what I noticed a lot of is that it's basically Head Shala.
Yep.
Just in a different kind of tone, different instruments, different tempo, all of that. I noticed that, which I guess kind of works. Could be better. There's room for improvement. But
Limit Break Survivor, I like that.
Which one?
Limit Break Survivor.
Which one's that?
It's like the opening theme to the show.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
Yep. My favorite's still Ocean Dove's opening when it first came out. Oh,
that one's right to pass up. So I finally found it. So Isamu Takara handled Goku and Vegeta sparring at the beginning of the film. Yuya Takahashi is the one who did the Broly and Vegeta fight, so he definitely hands down is the best one in my opinion.
Yep.
Suchiro Manabe, he did the water animation and impact frames for Broly's first power-up.
Was that when he was like kind of the false Super Saiyan? Okay.
And then Kodai Watanabe and Hiriko Itai team up to do the aura for the blue transformations. And that's as far as it lets me read. If not, I have to download the red one.
I forget, like, okay, so did Broly he had the false transformation. He definitely went yellow. Did he go green at any point?
Kind of, technically. Yeah, he had his false form, which is basically like he was still base form, but he had the power of a grade 8.
Yeah.
Then he finally turned Super Saiyan. And then he finally had like his legendary Super Saiyan form. What it used to be legendary Super Saiyan form. Now I don't know what
sweet form.
I don't know what they call it now. I don't know what it's considered to be.
For now, we just call it Super Saiyan Green.
That's exactly what they probably would have done. Exactly what they would have done.
Like how many?
Oh, let's just tie them together. Super Saiyan Purple.
Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. And this is Ascended Super Saiyan that's gone beyond a Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. It's like, holy cow, give me $1 for every time you say that. We just came up with blue. I'm like, thank God. Vegeta, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan stuff.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to call you Super Saiyan Lavender.
We could smoke strawberries.
Oh, my God. What's your problem? Can't hear you from all the way down there.
Yeah, no, that's my biggest problem. It's one of my many big problems with Super is the animations. The Tournament of Power is probably the best.
Dude, it was.
Like I can say the Tournament of Power
Really
was. If you look at overall arcs, yeah, it's the best. I still say the Zamasu arc is my favorite because it feels the most DBZ.
Right.
That's why I'm such a sucker for it.
Yep. I agree.
Plus, I'm a sucker for tournaments. So, like the 6 and 7 tournament, that was good. Especially Goku versus Hit. Super Saiyan Blue, Kaioken times 10. Sean Schemmel is a god.
How does he still have a voice box?
Oh, you should. I don't know if you ever watched it, but he's like inside the box when he's doing like his power up for the Battle of Gods.
Mm-hmm.
Right, will not you destroy my world? You just see how just intense he screams. It's like, wow. It's great.
Oh man,
Watch it if you haven't.
I should. It'd be a good one to watch. Those poor people. Like I feel like they have to like take a day to just prepare mentally, not physically. But right, I'm screaming my ass off tomorrow. Honey, don't talk to me. I need it. No, I don't need to talk today. I said too much. Goodbye.
Go away.
Just trying to get rid of his significant other, his kids.
Yeah,
Why doesn't Daddy love us? He just needs it for work.
he used to scream at everybody at work.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Oh man, that poor bit. Fun fact: when were we introduced to Super Kaioken?
Super Kaioken,
Mm-hmm.
the Otherworld tournament.
Ooh, look at the big paint on you.
Yay! Props.
Who is he fighting?
Python,
Nice.
who is unfortunately not canon.
Which is a damn shame. Like underutilized. There's so many characters that are underutilized.
Is that whole arc not canon?
I don't think so. I think that was just filler.
Technically, he still could be. It could just be that Fusion Reborn movie. That whole ordeal.
I get the premise. I hate how it takes place.
Yeah, I can say that.
Yeah, it's just
It's up there as there's things I hate about it, but it's probably up there like at least top 10.
it could have worked if they were both alive, you know.
Yeah, they would have both been alive, and King Kai or King Yema would have just been like, "Hey, there's something going on down here. I need you two.
We need some help, guys. Come on, get here." You know, that it would have worked.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they're both dead, just no. It could have worked. It could have worked. It should have worked. It did not. But we were also given the gift of Gogeta. Regardless.
I mean, yeah, for the time it was nice, but
How it played into things or didn't. You know. That aside, we still got Gogeta. We still got him. Something we've been wanting for, God, ever.
mm-hmm.
We saw Gotenks, and I'm like, dude, more. We need more. It was like heroin fusion. Needed more. One fix wasn't enough. Then we started, I don't know about you, but I started looking at like other character combinations that would do the fusion dance. Trunks of Vegeta, for example. Older Trunks.
I think it's a game, or I don't think it's canon, but there's like a show called Super Dragon Ball Heroes.
Yep.
Yeah, they fuse.
See, and that was before even then too, because I was looking at all of those then. I was even looking at Piccolo.
Goku would go on. That would be. That'd be
Yep.
unstoppable.
Yep. It'd be a good one.
But who would he look like?
It depends on what they were wearing. I don't know. Oh wait, no, they get the.
They both have the orange gi. That's like the hair.
Yeah,
Who
but
would
if
it
it's the
look like?
dance, they get the Aladdin outfit.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, if it was Patara, that would make sense. If they look,
Tara, sure, yes, definitely. But if they're dancing around, yeah, they get flat.
I forgot about that. That's a thing. Yep. I know, and I brought it up to you earlier today, but Budokai 3, I think it must be the PC version, but you can put the fusion dance on anybody. So they've done it with like Frieza and Cell going together, Yamcha and Tien going together. That one's interesting.
I saw that in Budokai 2.
Was it? Maybe it was.
It was.
Budokai 2.
I saw that in Budokai 2, and they might have done more in 3, but I played so no. But I know they did some wacky ones like that. I even know that they did like a Frieza absorbed by Boo. Yeah, weird, but it worked. It was it was a wacky game. It wasn't good. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Like,
I can understand why.
On paper, probably sure it was a great idea. The final results, no.
Yeah, like I said, dude, Budokai 3 is miles better than 2.
I wish I would have played it. I wish I would have. But I skipped over that, and then we went to Budokai Tenkaichi. Game changer. Because you weren't even just side-by-side fighting anymore. It wasn't a 2D view. You had a 3D, like, go anywhere. Game changer.
They had that in Budokai 3.
Did they?
Yeah.
See,
during the story, you can fly around and look for the Dragon Balls, or you can just stop at certain parts and fight enemies and level up and stuff.
But is that during a fight? Or is it still side-by-side when you're just fighting?
It's still side-by-side fighting.
Okay.
Like, during the actual story, you can actually fly around and look for all the Dragon Balls. You can wish for characters or needs and level stuff up or whatever. It's... You should play it.
I know. But I saw... When I bought Budokai 2 and played it.
Sour taste.
Oh, dude, I damn near washed my hands of the whole like video game concept of it. It was there, like it was redlining on give up entirely.
See, I thought that too for a while after like Sagas, Dragon Ball Sagas. My brother Kelly, he had that, and I played it with him a little bit, and I didn't like that at all.
I didn't either. I sold it immediately at GameStop. It was worth $3 I got.
Good.
What's wrong with it? Is it broken? No, it works. Unfortunately, I'd have a better excuse if it was broken.
They'll probably believe you more. They're like, okay, I can understand.
You're not the first one to do this. I believe you.
Yeah, I like the Xenoverse games. That was the first Dragon Ball game I probably played in at least a decade.
Yeah.
And I love the concept. Make your own character, be a part of this time patrol, and go back in time and stop all these guys from causing mayhem in time.
See, and that's a neat premise. That was a cool approach that they did that, because don't get me wrong, if you're playing the storyline, it's great. If you're part of the characters, it's awesome. But when you pivot a little bit, you bring an outsider in, wow. Yeah. And Xenoverse was one I started but never finished. But I know it not to be dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a cool concept. Did you play any of the PSP ones when they came out once upon a time? Really?
I had never played a lot of PSP games. I focused more on the God of War games because I was trying to complete them all.
The PSP had a cool approach to it too. They were clearly ports from like Budokai, but bringing that to a PSP. So I mean, like your options were limited anyway. I don't remember the first one because I didn't play it, or I played them both immensely, but the most recent one I was diving into was Another Road. What it was is it answered a question I had. For once the Boo saga ended, I had this burning question. Did Trunks ever have to deal with this in his timeline? Now, keep in mind, this is before Super. Well before Super. That video game answered that. Because it it came to that point where, in the game setting, Trunks came back. He's like, dude, guys, I need a hand. Like, you guys dealt with it. Okay, round 2, let's go. So yeah, they introduced Boo into Trunks' timeline, but not the way Super explained it. In the game, they explained it all the way from Bad Boo, Evil Boo, Super Boo, even Kid Boo. It was a neat approach. It was a sweet game. It really was. And the first Shin Budokai, God, it just escapes me. I played the hell out of it, but I don't remember like the base plan or the premise on it.
Evan of Directo Gaming, how's it going, man? Glad you can make it to this podcast. Poke. Yeah, there's another. It's for the PlayStation. Oh,
Ultimate Battle 22.
Yeah, is that what the words of Japanese voices?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I bought it, but didn't like it.
Yeah, I bought it on vacation as a kid, and I got home. Yeah, I played it for maybe 30 minutes, and I looked at my dad. I'm like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I bug him. God, Dragon Ball! It's Dragon Ball! I want it! And he's like, okay. I mean, normally they'd give me a gift anyway when we were on vacation. And yeah, I looked at him like, Dad, you might have wasted your money.
You know what ruined it for me? That game? Because God bestowed upon me the greatest gift he could have in 2001 or 2 with Budokai. Game changer. Like, me and my buddy at the time, dude, we didn't sleep. And I mean that literally. Like, I'd go over to his house because he had the PlayStation 2. He had the game. Dude, we didn't sleep. We played that all night. All night. That was the best game that ever came out for its time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was PS2, so I'll take it with a grain of salt. But it was the best graphics at the time. It had the Funimation voice actors in it. And it was just superb. It was a great game, and it followed the storyline damn near to a T. There was a couple what-ifs.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all the way up to the Cell Saga, dude, it was perfect. It was still one of the best games I've ever played for DragonBall. Best ones. Budokai 1. If you haven't, check it out.
Budokai 1's amazing.
If you can endure PS2 games. But, you know.
Right. Amazing shirt, Bird. Hello, Matt. This is Evan.
Good to meet you. He's welcome. That was a gift from...
Yeah, this is my Christmas gift from Matt. One of my favorite villain of all time, with my favorite horror movie of all time. I love it.
I love crossovers.
So good. It's perfect, too.
Yep.
Jack Nicholson. I was still saying, man, I wanted, like, Harley Quinn over in the corner looking like Shelley Duvall. And then just have...
Don't ruin Harley Quinn with that with that devil woman. Jesus.
Matt's also very passionate about The Shining. As you just heard, he hates Wendy Torrance. He hates Shelley Duvall.
Oh, dude, anybody. A turd floating in the toilet would have done better. Ugh.
I will ask you that. I know we're off topic again, but I have to ask. Did you at least like the girl who played Shelley Duvall's character in Doctor Sleep?
Yes! So much better.
Okay.
So much better. It was just her. Her acting. Oh, you know what ruined it for me, too? Like, she already was going down a bad path, in my opinion. But when this scene, for example,
okay,
and she's, like, holding the knife just all frail, like, ah! Like, what are you expecting to do? Drop it on him? I mean, come on. You're not going to cut him or stab him. You're going to drop it on his foot, and it's going to be the handle that falls on him. Jesus. Ugh.
Yeah.
Hate Shelley. I don't hate her. Just hate her acting talents. Lack of.
I mean, she only did one more movie after that.
Thank Christ.
Do you know what it was?
No.
Popeye.
Fuck.
With Robin Williams. She played Olive Oil.
Oh, so she had someone else carry the weight
Yeah,
of the talent. Okay.
Like she did in this movie.
Oh,
Does he agree that Shelley Duvall was a horrible portrayal?
you're goddamn right I do. It's awful.
And I wish the Dr. Sleep Wendy was the OG.
Salute.
See, I used to think that about Shelley Duvall's character. She comes around once in a while. But then there's sometimes I'm just in this funk and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember why I don't like you now.
Jack Torrance was a stallion. What is he doing with this turd of a lady? Like, come on.
Well, she is so different than how she is in the book. She's no joke.
Clearly.
She's like no joke a supermodel. She's like got blonde hair and all that stuff
and not gangly teeth.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Not gangly teeth, oily, long, gross hair.
Just frail.
That long horse face.
No muscle tone. Ugh. What a weird time.
Great concept for this movie. I just thought about it right now.
Do tell.
So these two, they're going to Wayne Manor to stay there because the Waynes are going to be
Jack
leaving.
and Jack,
Jack and Wendy or Harley Quinn or whatever. I'm gonna keep calling her Harley Quinn. Can't think of the Joker without Harley Quinn now.
That's fair, but
the bartender is actually Alfred. Like all
or you whatever you like,
and like all the ghosts that keep popping up all over are like different villains.
That's a cool crossover concept.
Like the girl coming out of the bathtub, that could be Poison Ivy. Or the guy who spills his drink on Jack in the movie. I mean, fuck, it could be anybody. Two-Face.
Yep.
Bane. Because Bane, Mexican, Spanish, whatever.
I said a weird thought.
Oh, sure.
Then they could pan over towards the end of the movie. Instead of Jack being frozen, it's just Mr. Freeze.
Yes. Yes. We got a great concept here. I want to make this movie. Screw my Joker fan film I talked about. I want to make the Smiling. That sounds phenomenal.
It'd be good. It'd be good.
I would watch that.
Poison Ivy in the tub with the boob. Yep. You're welcome.
I'll share that with you afterward. because man, off air topics.
Okay.
Start funding it right now, everybody. Down in the comments below. Hashtag I fund the Smiling. Unfortunately, we can't get Jack on this thing. He's really old.
Dude, they're all old. Have you seen The Irishman?
No.
With like,
I see the time and I'm like, I can't. 3.5 hours. That's too long.
like I want to watch it. I do. Every part of me wants to watch it, but I know as soon as I flip it on, I'm going to be bummed out. Why, you ask? All these legends are old. Like they're
who's in it?
I know Joe Pesci's in it, Robert De Niro. It's a Martin Scorsese film. Al Pacino.
Oh God!
Like they're like all these sweet like Italian legends, mafia legends, and it's just depressing. Even the trailers. I want to watch it, but
maybe.
I do want to watch it. I do. I would love. Everything I've seen, all the trailers, reviews, it looks amazing. I want to watch it, but the only part that says don't do it is because you'll be bummed that these legends are like in the 80s and their 90s or whatever, and it's probably their last movie, and I'm like, no, don't die ever. You know, that's, I don't know. I'm weird like that.
No, I get it. I really do. I mean, again, the same way with this movie, man. Like watching the original trilogy.
Oh, when you got Hamill and Fisher?
Yeah, you got them three back there, like in their prime.
Yep.
And yeah, you get to this movie, and yeah, they're.
Mark Hamill had abs in that movie.
Yeah.
It was nuts. He's doing flips with Yoda and shit.
Yeah.
And now it's,
now he's
what, 60?
Yeah, 69? I think like late 50s, maybe early to mid 60s, somewhere in there, maybe.
You're not going to hold on to that physique forever. But it's just, but it's good. It's like The Irishman. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I see the
You're
time.
probably not wrong, but there's just this part of me that says, do you remember Godfather or Goodfellas, Matt? That was a good one.
Oh, Scarface.
Yes. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I bought the. I remember at one point in time, I bought the DVD version, and it had the F word counter on the bottom.
Yes. So good. What it was like 200 some?
Oh God, I thought it was like 300.
It was up there. It was at hundreds. Not just one, but it was past two.
Even two playing the Scarface video game.
I loved that game. I loved it. Loved it.
You don't collect just money, you collect balls.
It was the best. It was the best. You just yell in traffic.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I'd love it.
It was straight up GTA, man. It was so good.
Scarface is my favorite movie, dude. Yep.
I have the release poster on my wall. All right, man.
Need it. Pixar, it didn't happen. Just saying. But, oh, my buddy Alex and Eric, their mom actually painted. Do you remember a while back when it first came out on Blu-ray, they released the actual steel? It was red. It was black and red of Scarface. It was a steel book. Alex's mom actually painted me that cover, and it's sitting in my parents' house to this day.
Painted it?
Painted it. Painted the cover on like a 2x3 canvas. Painted it, and it was spot on. Better than the actual picture.
Really?
Really, indeed. I wish I still had it. I gave it to my brother. I know. I'm very aware. Just don't judge. I'm aware of my actions. Just move past it.
Internally, I'll judge. But
I know. And you should. But it's still one of my favorite movies, too. It really was. It really was. The video game was good, too.
the video game was so fun.
Which one? The PSP or PS2?
PS2.
Thank God. PSP was garbage.
As dumb as it is, my favorite's the opening, because you're basically playing through that last amazing scene from the film.
You just got to turn around and get the guy with the shotgun.
Yeah.
Done. It was problem solved. It was a cool approach that they did with that one. Oh, yes. And they had so many heavy hitters voicing that. Obviously Al Pacino couldn't do it, but Al Pacino himself picked the guy to voice it.
Mm-hmm. He did a damn good job.
And there were so many other cool people in there. Bam Margera was in there for one.
What?
Yeah, I kid you not. He was one of the, in all of the territories of Miami, you have to buy all of these stores, restaurants, bars, shops, whatever they may be.
Mm-hmm.
He was the shop owners. Pitbull was one of the henchmen.
What?
Yes! Yes!
What is going on?
Dude, it was a great game. Oh my God, I'm brain farting. Who's the guy in Family Guy that always fucks with Peter? The famous guy, the famous actor.
James Woods?
That's it. He's in there. Cheech Marin. Chong is in there.
Okay, those two make sense.
Yeah. There were so many heavy hitters in that game voice. It was phenomenal. I wish they would remaster it for PS4s. I wish they would. All they'd have to do is just alter the graphics and problem solve.
Just make it look just like GTA.
Yes. They wouldn't even have to do that hard of a job. They just have to re-image a few graphics. It's
Hell,
done.
they can make an online version too, where you make your own guy.
No, don't ruin it with online.
Okay, sorry, don't do that.
No. Because here's the problem with that. Too many turds out there just come and kill you for no reason. You can't do missions because they're just like, I'm going to do my own thing. Then why'd you enter?
That's why I don't play GTA 5.
No.
Very seldomly will I touch it, but it's not very often.
If I do, it's just to go cruise around and win a free car every now and then.
Yeah, I would just steal cars, go to the garage, and then when the casino opened up, when they first had that open up, I went and did that a couple times. And
yep.
I'm like, I don't know. Got a pair of socks that say the world is yours.
Nice. Even better. I love it. I had a pair of underwear that said that too.
And Mr. Evan also says, he's a huge fan of GTA 5.
Of 5 or GTA, or are we still talking about Scarface? Either one, me too.
Okay.
I mean,
I won't say it's one of my favorite films of all time. I will say it is good. I do enjoy watching it when I actually want to sit down and be like, man, I want to watch Scarface today. I don't know. They're not my cup of tea, I guess we could say.
that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, obviously, you obviously know what my schnick is.
It's like a lot of Star Trek stuff in here. Anyway,
Ooh. And this was the last time anybody ever saw Matt.
Oh, it's funny.
Huge Scarface fan. I love GTA 5. I play it all the time. However, GTA 4 is the best to me.
Ooh, yes. Let's talk about that for a hot minute. Okay, so yeah, I'm in full agreement. GTA 5 was a game changer when it came out to PS5 or PS4. Yes, I agree. Even though it was free for whatever. GTA 4 though holds a special place in my heart. It really does. Because we got to introduce to Nico Bellic. He was quite different, yes. Dude came from overseas. It was a whole different take because we had so many Mafia Italian versions of the game. We were introduced to the gang setting in San Andreas, which is awesome. But then they brought over an Eastern European in 4. And we got a whole new take on Liberty City. It was an amazing setting. Great storyline, great. It was perfect. It was awesome. You had awesome DLC with it. It wasn't fully online based DLC like GTA 5 is now. You had the Lost Indemnity, you had the Valley Gate. It was I'm gonna say it was a masterpiece in my personal opinion. It was perfect. I loved that game. I played it for hours. There's gotta be at least a couple of years of my life I won't get back because of that game. Wow. Like playing like a couple hours a day. Yeah. Years. It was a perfect game. It was a perfect game. I loved it.
I've never played 4. Never played 4.
Who are you?
I played the OG trilogy, dude. three Vice City and San Andreas, man. There. I will say this: probably my favorite Grand Theft Auto was the first one I played, and that's 3.
Yep.
3 is I love 3. And then I do like San Andreas, but I like Tommy. I like Tommy way more.
Tommy Vercetti. The fact that he was voiced by Ray Liotta. There's some heavy hitters in that game too. I like how they had oh my god, Jenna Jameson, the porn star in Vice City. Yes, it was great. It was so funny.
Huh. GTA 5 will forever be legendary in Liberty City and Nico Bellic is my personal favorite combo.
He's right. The mods are insane. There are some crazy mods. I've even seen some DragonBall Z mods in that. You can fly around as Goku. I even think with a trainer mod, you can transform into Super Saiyan. Yeah. There was drifting mods. That was a cool one too. There's a lot of YouTube videos, people just like modifying the car handling specs, and it would actually be like a drift car, like Tokyo Drift, or Ken Block. That was awesome. Someone even went as far as recreating the clock tower scene from Back to the Future with said DeLorean. Oh, it was so good.
Were they at the clock tower?
No, but it was a place in one of the islands that had a clock tower, so they utilized that. The one that I saw, anyway. But
that makes sense. That would make sense.
But yeah, so they had the time travel mod in there too. They had DeLorean in there. It was good. It was detail. It was high resolution. It was good. I love it. You guys are like talking on things right up my alley. I love it. I got a reference to it all. It's awesome.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to get you and Evan on. We'll talk about. He likes to talk about video games. He's been on 2 podcasts. We've talked about video games for a total of like probably 4.5 hours.
Dang.
Yeah, 'cause he holds the record for my longest podcast still. For just us talking about video games and stuff. Then he was on. We did like a tribute show to the PS4 since it's going away. He's one of the lucky guys who got a PS5.
Really? How is it? Is it great? I mean, would you recommend getting it now, waiting? What are your thoughts? Because I won't lie, I still have the original 4, and there's still a lot of games I haven't played yet. So it's kind of why I'm waiting.
Yeah, well, I'm the same way. I'm still working on. I haven't played in a long time, but Last of Us, first Last of Us. I haven't gotten through that.
I haven't either.
Ooh, you better pray Ethan's not watching.
I haven't. I just haven't beaten it yet. You know.
If I'm just taking a guess, I'm maybe halfway through. Maybe.
Nice.
Yeah. What else do I have? I just still need to beat. Man, I've gotten a lot of like the free PS4 games, but I'm guaranteed probably 80% of them I'll never touch in my life.
Oh, the free ones?
Yeah, I just grabbed them. I'm like, okay, what the heck?
I do the same thing too. That way, if I do get bored, which never does happen.
And he says, wait.
Kind of what I thought.
Oh, and here's the reason why, though, Matt.
Well said, sir. Well said.
Yes.
That's awesome.
There was one of our Talkalorian podcasts, and our buddy Ren. He's originally from Portugal.
Okay.
But he lives in London. He's back home in Portugal right now. But his brother-in-law knew a guy, so he was able to get a PS5. And oh man, I remember he posted it on Twitter like that day, and he got mad. But I will say it too. Like I can say that I got salty too because I'm like, man, yeah, they were gone like that.
Yeah,
like they were gone.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, I guess I'm not gonna get mine this year, so
guess you have no choice but to wait.
Yeah, but at the same time, I look at it as a good thing because it's like, that'd have been my thing. I would have gotten the PS5. I'd have said the hell with like most of the games I'm still working on. And then I'd probably never touched them again.
What are the chances that with the first generation of the new gens would have had issues?
Well, exactly. I think that's another big reason, too, why I'm holding off, because I've heard a lot of people saying, like, I don't know if any of you guys play it, but I've been playing Black Ops Cold War, brand new Call of Duty game.
That's lame. Go on.
It's been crashing. It's been crashing the PS5.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
a guy I watched on YouTube. He said every time he's turned the game on, he'll play for like a half hour and it crashes every time.
Wow.
Same thing with that new Cyberpunk game that's out.
Oh, there's nothing but good things about that, or bad things about that one, dude. There's even apologies coming from the developers, like, dude, we're sorry, we messed up. Like, it's
this game's been in limbo for what, a while? They're supposed to come out early this year or last year, something like that.
It's been in development for like 10 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I dated back to the actual channel on YouTube. Like, the first trailer was quite a while ago. I want to say like 13.
13?
Yes.
Wow.
You might have to look that up, but yeah, it's that old as far as development goes.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. It's insane. Jesus. And for it to still not be perfected.
Yeah.
I blame the public. They wanted it out, and it's like, dude, it's not done, but here you go.
Well, that's one of the big problems right now with Cold War. Like, unfortunately, I look at it, though, as an Activision problem, because for whatever reason, they are so hell-bent on getting a new Call of Duty out every year in November. instead of like Battlefield. Like the Battlefield series, they'll drop a game and it'll be out for like at least a good 3 to 5 years before they finally make a new one. But with Battlefield 1, it was World War I based, so it was like new, unique, and fun. I loved it. One of the best FPSs I've ever played in my life. But it was so good, they wanted another one out, so then they went to World War II, Battlefield 5, and like nobody plays it. Nobody.
Interesting.
I hated it. I played the beta. I played one match. I died the first time, and I turned it off. So I hated the graphics. I hated. It's not like most games where you get shot and you die right away. Every time you get killed, you sit there and you bleed out.
Oh, so you have to it's this like horrible waiting game.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So you can be going playing the objective, you get shot, and then you sit there. It's like, oh, well, cool. This is fun. This is grand. Woohoo! So yeah. But yeah, now that's the problem with this new Call of Duty, of course, too. Happened during this pandemic, so everybody's been developing the game from home instead of being there at their offices and putting in the time and the effort making this game
and collaborating as a group versus Zoom.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're not going to get much done because you're not going to be able to like work with everybody and be like, oh no, right, you should do it like this, or oh, we should bump this up a little bit more or whatever. Skill-based matchmaking right now is what's killing the game. Because like there are people who generally suck at Call of Duty. This guy right here. And yeah, I'm playing like a god right now. Like I don't think I've gone negative in any game yet.
That's saying something right there.
Yeah. Even my buddy Travis, like, if he's watching, sorry, but he sucks at playing games. He sucks. Like, he should not be touching a controller. But I play with him on there, and he's normally he's right behind me every time. Even if he's at the bottom of the board, he's still doing great. It's crazy. But because like with Call of Duty, I look at it almost more like a sport now, where like the pros are like constantly playing it. But now they're
and then vlogging it on YouTube and all this happy crap. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're like, I don't know, they're trying to bring it back down to a more casual standpoint. So like somebody like me who's not a huge fan of Call of Duty anymore because of just everything they've done, the fact that they put the same game out every year, in my opinion. This is the first Call of Duty I've legitimately bought since I bought World War II, but I didn't play it much. But I'd say probably since Advanced Warfare from like 2014.
Wow.
Yeah. Because it's toxic. I hate the toxicity of it.
As far as what?
Just you kill somebody and they're just like threatening to kill you or do this to your mom or this to grandma or whatever. It's like, dude, it's a game. Let's calm down.
So it's that game. Like I hear all about that kind of shit, but it's that game, huh?
Yeah, it's Call of Duty all the time.
I'm good.
Yeah. But it is for me. It's copy paste every year.
Mostly.
It's like just keep one game out. Like I said this about Modern Warfare from last year that just came out. Let that ride for a good like 3 years. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, this is the best Call of Duty that's been out since probably PS2 era. Call of Duty.
They want to keep riding that wave, so they put about a new one.
That's the thing. But they don't let us enjoy it long enough. You put $60 down on a brand new game.
No.
Brand new game. And now they're doing this thing where you get it's called a battle pass. It's essentially like a season pass. Like every season that comes out, you pay $10 for this battle pass. You do so good, you start unlocking more weapons, double XP, charms, whatever, skins. And then season 2 drops and you spend another $10. And it's like that for however many seasons it goes. So it's like for some people who play it like Evan, he's a diehard Call of Duty guy. Then yeah, he'll probably drop the money. But I'm fine with what I have. Because this is the first Call of Duty I've been excited to because it's graphically it's like this, one of the best Call of Duty games ever made, in my opinion. Black Ops, the OG. But it plays a lot like Black Ops 2, which is my favorite Black Ops / Call of Duty of all time.
What was the only one that I can only have reference to is which Call of Duty introduced Nazis, zombie Nazis.
Oh, World at War.
Yeah, that was the only one that I played. I loved it because Nazi zombies. It's not a lot, but that was it. And it was an amazing game. I think it was a PS3 game.
It came out PS2 first, but then I think they put it on PS3.
Okay, so that was when I played it. Phenomenal. But I never picked up another one after that.
Oh, dude, Nazi zombies and Black Ops. The first Black Ops was awesome.
Yeah.
That's one of the only reasons I buy these games, if I do buy them anymore, is for zombies, because it's like a weakness.
Hey, speaking of Call of Duty, I need to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Where is it at?
Go out here, go around the corner.
Like that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop that in a video.
It works good.
I couldn't hold it. I'm sorry, guys.
Go ahead. It's
Love
fine.
you. Meet it.
Okay, I'll be here. I'll entertain for a little bit. So who is still here in the chat? I'd like to hear what your guys' thoughts are. Even though, yes, I know we veered off topic from DBZ, but it's just a pretty good, fun conversation about Call of Duty. Yeah, I guess just kind of stick on the topic of Call of Duty. I guess we can kind of talk about for a little bit till Matt gets back. Andy's still in here. Awesome, man. Good to see you as always, my man. Oh, dude, I can't wait to talk to you and Ren on Sunday about Mando, dude. I cannot wait. You haven't played Call of Duty in years. I mean, they're not for everybody, man. I mean, some people, it's more of like some people are a lot more campaign-based. Like my buddy Ethan from my 1 year podcast, he still buys Call of Duty games for the campaigns. That's about all he buys them for, which it's okay. I mean, I've just played the campaign last weekend. I beat it. Don't want to say it's the best campaign I've played, but I can willingly say it's the first Call of Duty campaign I've ever actually sat through and beat from start to finish. But, man, I don't know. Awkward moment. I'm sorry. Kind of like ran out of things to talk about. So let's see. So Andy, what Call of Duty did you play then? Better?
Oh,
way better. Man, was it that bad?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't be
wash
sorry.
my hands.
Oh. I mean, at least you weren't like Ethan. No. Don't be weird. Don't be weird.
Sorry. I there wasn't a good window to wait.
Ooh, here's one for you, Matt. Top 5 anime betrayals. You've watched probably a lot more animes than I have.
Is it just related to Dragon Ball Z, or are we talking based on my spectrum of anime I've watched? I mean, that's because if we're talking Dragon Ball Z, I can list 5 right off. If we're listing a few more, I might have a couple.
I mean, you could do DBZ to start with.
Let's start with that. Okay, so my favorite betrayals.
Oh, both.
Okay, all right. I would have to say Vegeta giving in to Bobby. That was probably the most epic betrayal ever.
Yeah.
Only because he saw himself, well, he even said so, he saw himself settling down. He was an assassin. He was a prince. And he found himself coming to this distant planet, settling down, has a wife, has a kid.
Soon to be kids.
Soon to be kids. He's formed an alliance with former rivals. That was probably the biggest betrayal right there. Not even to just one person, but the whole group in the series and an audience. Because you know we had that small like hint of badassery that was just redlined on asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you know what? There's my out. I'm gonna take it. I think that's probably my ultimate betrayal right there. Ooh, now we're talking 5. I got 4 more. Let's circle back to that. I'll think on it while we talk.
We're just animes in general.
Anytime there's Dragon Balls, there's always a betrayal. It never fails. Never fails. Emperor Pilaf wishing Goku to be a child was a betrayal to the audience, really.
Yeah.
Just because I think we were robbed in that storyline of what could have been. I wish for him to be a kid again. Who the fuck wishes for that? You know, like, why a kid? Wish for him to have cancer. Or,
Jesus.
I mean,
Jesus.
or just a violent burn when he pees. I don't know. Just
that'll teach him.
I mean,
that'll teach him real good there.
Be a kid. I want to be a kid again. It's like you're dumb. He's clearly could be Super Saiyan 3 as a kid. You're dumb.
Everything looks so big.
What's another betrayal? Lupin. I love Lupin the Third, Andy. I really do. Fujiko Mine is always betraying those guys. I know you have no reference on this, so I apologize for that.
Yeah, it's fine, dude.
Basically, it's like 3, if you count her. They basically are like con artists, like to a professional level that we can't fathom.
Okay.
Master Lupin, he's a master disguise. He's basically Inspector Gadget without the bio upgrades. He's just a badass. Then you have Jigen, who is he's a former mafia guy, so his sharpshooting skills are on point, and that's an understatement. You have Goemon, who's a ninja, and Fujiko Mine, which is basically Black Widow, to describe her.
Okay.
Anyway, she's always like, dude, she's a chick, so she's manipulating them guys all the time, or at least Lupin. So she betrays them all the time. And usually when there's mass amounts of money to be made. Always. Lupin's one of my favorites. It is. It's right up there with DBZ. Just because in some of the movie series, the Funimation guys were voicing them. It's just like, oh, that's awesome. It's another betrayal. Andy, I'm failing you. I can't think of the other couple. They'll come to me though.
I guess I honestly can't even think of anything.
It's hard to think of them on the spot, Andy. Got me. But they'll come to me. Yeah, I think Vegeta succumbing to the dark side was probably my biggest one with that.
I mean, that one's hard to pass up, though. I mean, that one's pretty. I don't know why I keep thinking of like. I keep thinking of like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
There's a lot of betrayal in that, but nothing's like popping out to me like at the top of my head.
I know, right? Like I know they're there, but I can't think of them at the moment. Another betrayal. I got nothing. I failed you. I'm sorry, man. Shoot. I feel like there's Boo. Majin Buu. Oh, falling asleep during the tournament of power. What a betrayal. Dude, what a wiener.
I just saw one too now with Boo. Now you said that. Boo killing Babidi.
Ooh. That's what's up. My unwashed hand hitting you.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. They're
lovely.
cold right now.
I don't know how to take that.
That is a good one.
That
Yeah.
After you brought up Boo, I'm like, oh, that's Rita's Wobbity. Oh, yep, there's mine. There's my top one.
All right, so if we're talking even that, we can even go as far as Android 17 and 18, just destroying Giro.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's another good one.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. That's definitely a good one there.
Yep. Nappa and Vegeta, that's another one.
Yep.
Now they're coming. Now it's flowing like wine. They're coming now.
I was gonna say Goku and Piccolo.
That's almost the opposite of a betrayal.
Yeah, that's why I started thinking about it. I'm like, no, that wouldn't work. Oh, Frieza with them at the
Frost.
Yeah, with Frost.
Yes, that was good. That was so good. That was good because they Frieza. He's such a diabolical bastard.
He is.
But he's smarter and he lets on. He lets on that he's pretty smart. The whole fact that he even told Gohan without words that, dude, I'm just playing. Play along.
Mm-hmm.
Phenomenal.
I'm gonna say this: if this was in a different universe, I could see Frieza being a good hero. Like
well, that's what we
flop over.
That's what we thought Frost was, you know. And then those true colors came to life.
Yeah. No, he turned into a turd real quick.
Like almost worse than Frieza. At least Frieza was honest about his brutality and his force. You know, there's some integrity there, but Frost was just like.
He's like an emperor or something on his planet or something, or
he's an emperor, but he like fakes all these wars and shit.
And he stops them.
Yeah, like it's all planned. It's like politics. I'm just kidding, kind of, but kind of. But yeah, he's a politician. Let's just say it that way. Anyway,
yeah,
but yeah, at least Frieza is like, dude, I'm a pretty badass dictator. What's up? So you already know.
Yeah, he's boy. I think there's more.
There's way more, but
you already said 17 and 18 on Giro.
Yep.
You said that one. Yeah, I was gonna say.
That Bobby one in Boo was good. That's another one. We gotta think of one more, at least one more.
I feel like a few actually do happen in Super. Wait, what about GT?
You haven't touched any on that one.
Oh, Nova on Ice.
Ooh, that's another good one. Yep. Refresh my memory for the audience. I'm kidding, for me.
For you?
For me.
Well, so Ice pops up and he's trying to make it seem like he's trying to give up, and then he blinds Goku.
That's right.
Yeah, and then he tries to, oh, brother, help me. He's like, no, you can fight on your own. And Goku Super Dragon fists him through the chest and just destroys him.
That's right. I do remember that now.
So good. So epic.
Cheap shot. Blinds the guy. Dude, like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know there's no rules in war, but Jesus.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good one.
I don't know, man. I'm still pretty impressed with the Bobby and Boo.
Well played, sir.
That was a violent one, too.
That dude just knocked his head off with a punch.
Literally.
And it's still floating there.
Yes. Oh, man.
We'll make you go bye-bye. God, that was wild. That when things turn. And you know who the real villain was in the Boo saga? The real villain?
Goku.
You'll never guess it. Andy, 5 points if you guess it.
Supreme Kai?
Nope.
God dang it.
Nope.
Well, but makes you feel better, man, if we keep going here for a little bit, Andy, so he'll hop in.
Oh,
goodness.
badass. Okay, sweet. All right. I'll give you 2 more guesses, then I'll let you know.
2 more? Oh, God, I'm trying to think of the entire saga. Kibito.
No. Good one, but no.
Damn it. I have 1 more. Oh, gosh. Yantra.
You were just picking a name.
Picking a name. Oh, man. Okay.
No.
I guess legitimate guess. Elder Kai.
No. Here's what I think.
Oh, this is what you think.
This is what I think.
Real.
This is my observation. I'm calling it out.
Okay.
The villain that I feel in the Boo saga. Do you remember when Hercule was kind of going up against Boo, knowing full well he's outclassed?
Oh.
Full well.
Oh, yep. I already know the guy who shot B.
Yep.
There we go.
And then Hercule.
I didn't think about him at all.
Hercule almost had him crossed over. Almost had him. Like one hair away. 1 hair away. B and Hercule got shot. They got shot. Who revived them, thankfully. And that's when it all went down. The true villain was that assassin or bounty hunter, whatever you want to call him. That was the villain. Just a different perspective.
You technically are right. You are.
Right? I mean, it's just, it takes you back. You take a step back and you think about it. Like, Boo was still in his evil form, but Hercule was right. Dude, he was on the right path. He was so close. He was so close. And it ended abruptly. I don't know. Just my take.
I mean, that is a good one. That's a really good one.
I mean, no.
Give you props. Because, yeah, especially if he was already, like, that close to, like...
He was so close. Dude, they were bathing together. I mean, how much closer can you get?
Oh, it's so true.
You're welcome for bringing that one back.
Yeah, thanks, pal. Thank you for that wonderful, loving image of
Couldn't resist.
Hercule and Majin Buu, the terror of the world and the worst fighter on the planet,
Naked in the tub.
bathing together.
You're welcome. Dude. Akira Toriyama left nothing to the imagination. He drew that shit.
Guess, guys. I guess desperation comes in many forms.
Hey, man, dude, the fate of the universe, I'd bathe with the guy, too. Dude, call it what you will, but it's a brave man right there.
Bold man.
Dude, that's something.
Man. Yeah. Totally didn't think of that.
I mean, why would you think about Hercule bathing with the Boo? I'm not going to let go.
You're probably not. Oh, I totally just thought about something too here.
That's great. What?
I don't know how we're gonna hear Andy.
No.
Because I totally just remembered.
Stand by for technical difficulties.
We're gonna mute and turn the camera off for a minute, guys. Just hold tight. And we are back. I think we got it figured out here. Hopefully. Guess we'll find out.
We are back. I think we got it figured out here.
Okay, we're good now. My bad. Just listening to myself, I guess. So, yeah, guys. So, I guess since we're still sticking on the topic of Dragon Ball, what would you say overall is like the best arc? Or I guess for you, what's the most satisfying arc of the series?
That's a tough one. That's a real tough one. Only because each one had their own. I'll even go as far as saying that each one had a special place in my heart. And I feel like you feel the same way.
Mm-hmm. Even the bad ones.
Even the bad ones, Garlic Jr. But
just realized something about this.
Nice, even better.
Yeah.
So do we got to start over, or can we just keep rolling?
Let's just keep going.
Okay, so the mic wouldn't have been working. So okay, so you were asking which of the arc, whether it be Dragon Ball Z, GT, the original Dragon Ball, or even Super, which one of the story arcs was the best to you? I don't know. That's a real tough one. It's a tough one only because all of them were good. All of them had their pros, their cons. They had a time and a place. But I think if I were to go back to it, I feel the winner would probably be the Cell or Android and Cell saga.
I can give you that one.
That's a big chunk right there. Only because we were introduced to not only Super Saiyan, but other participants of the Super Saiyan level. We got introduced to the Ascended Saiyan 2, just the bulk one.
Super Vegeta,
yeah,
Super Vegeta 2,
yeah.
Trunks.
Like we were introduced to that, so like we had a glimpse of they could go past their limit. So that was neat. And then we got Super Saiyan 2. And then we got it. And we got the true version of it, where strength and speed was enhanced tenfold without sacrificing speed or vice versa.
I just like seeing somebody else but Goku. Like I love Goku. Like I said, he's my favorite character in the entire series. But
yep.
It is nice to see that other people can actually step up and actually essentially take Goku's spot.
Absolutely. Gohan didn't want to, but dude, you crushed an android's head. It's game over. Yeah. I'm surprised it was that, though.
Yeah, I would say more like actually watching like his friends getting like beaten up by the Cell Juniors.
Yeah, like how. I feel like maybe it did. It just needed that little
extra.
Yep.
Extra nudge.
Like a little rock to a teeter-totter, if you will, to balance the scale or unbalance it, if you will. I think 16's demise was that little nudge. But God, the music to that was great. Oh.
Yeah, it's definitely one of Faulkner's best works.
It was my ringtone for like the longest time.
I mean, I know we talked about this the other day, just talking about that Vegeta's soundtrack in there. He's getting ready to do the Final Flash.
Oh, dude. Yep.
Epic. Is an understatement for it.
I think that one and the Super Saiyan 3 theme, it was neck and neck. They're tied for first in my book. Even all the transformations were really good as far as music goes. Gotenks was even the Gotenks theme was actually really close to Super Saiyan 3 too. I feel like it was kind of cheating that it was that close, but it was different enough to matter. It was still good. I don't know. Every time there was a transformation, there was an awesome
Score.
Oh, dude.
Super Saiyan 3.
Even the first one on Namek, like tingles, goosebumps. It was.
It's definitely iconic.
It was. It was. And then you watch it with the original. I watched it with the English voice actors, but the original Japanese audio. What am I watching? It looks like lame kabuki theater. It's not good. It's
See, I think that's also one of my problems with
like who brought out the tuba? Put it back.
It was super like even like Goku transforming Ultra Instinct for the very first time, like that, like the trumpets or whatever. That little dun, dun.
Yep. Okay. Yep. I know what you're talking about.
That I'm like,
they overused it. They overused it so much.
Just imagine what Faulkner could have done with that.
I wish he would have done something with it. I wish he would have been involved.
Even if he just did it for fun. Even if he just was like, you know, hey, I want to just dub over everything that Super did, and I just want to make my own music.
I wish they could have. They could have. The music has evolved even since 2004 or whatever.
Oh,
the last. Like they could have. They had so many genres. They had modern rock. They could even went as far as I'm going to say dubstep. Like, no, I'm not saying they should have, but they could have. There's just across the spectrum of like genres of like scores they could have used, tons since Dragon Ball Z, tons. So I told you this before. It feels like a lot of the music. I feel like they borrowed it from a synthesizer from a K-pop band. It's not good.
Yeah,
not good.
It's very. Some is okay to like tolerable. Yeah, some.
Yeah.
Not very many, but
no, it's not much. But I do think it's kind of cool how I'm gonna quit talking shit on it. I do like how they kind of took kind of the main theme, like the opening theme, or even the original Head Shala theme, and they kind of just re-scored it with a different instrument. I thought that was kind of neat. That was like on the lighter moods and tones, like they kind of went a little softer with it.
Yeah,
different instruments. I think that was neat, but room for improvement. That's all.
Yeah, I'll say that's definitely one of the more weaker parts of Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hands down, I would honestly say.
Yep. With the right music, dude, you could rewrite a whole story. Easy.
Definitely.
Easy. All right, let's touch this one. Top, dare I say, even 10 transformations.
Oh, my Lord. I feel like ours are going to be so vastly different.
You'd be surprised.
My number one, I'm still going to say, is Goku turning Super Saiyan in Battle of Gods when he's under the rubble. That's still my favorite. Because, again, like I talked about earlier, Sean Schimmel on the screen. It's just...
Where he's like, I won't let you destroy my world. That was good. That was really good.
2... Oh, my Lord. 2 is probably Super Saiyan 3, Goku.
Which time?
The very first time.
Yep. We're kind of flashback to it was supposed. What I read was he tapped into it because he was trying to revert back to how his planet was destroyed, him going to Earth, having no one, that kind of thing. That's what I read. He was trying to tap into. I guess it worked, but yeah, definitely a good one. Another one on that same one is the Super Saiyan 3 Infusion Reborn. That was another good transformation.
Yep. I was definitely going to say that's definitely up there. That one's great.
Yep. Definitely was.
Gohan Super Saiyan 2. That
Dude.
one's obvious.
Yes.
Goku first turning Super Saiyan. That's another obvious one. I will even say it too. I know a lot of people aren't fans of it, but I actually like the way they transform when they become Super Saiyan Blue. Like it's like the aura, but like they just start melting from the bottom up.
And yeah, okay, yep. That is good how they do that. It really is. I was a fan of just the God transformation, just because it went from a normal colored aura to almost a fire aura.
Yeah, definitely. It's more of a godly aura.
Yeah, very fiery. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it was new.
Yeah,
whole new like transformation that we were
used to.
We weren't used to it. Yeah, so it was introduced into to us with such clarity and such oomph that it was like, oh shit. I thought 3 was the end of that, and for Dragon Ball Z, because obviously anyway. But yeah, I thought that was nope. We got God. We got a God. That was neat.
Even though, let's get this fella in here. Andrew King the Third.
Hey, freaking yo, boys!
What up? What's up, man?
Nothing much. Hey, Matt, how's it going?
It's going well. It's going well.
All right. Whoops.
Ooh, even another one. Goku's first time turning.
Dragon Ball? That was wild, only because
All right. I still don't know how lights work. Yeah, how's it going, guys?
it's going
Good.
well, man. You?
I'm doing great. Thanks. Just got off, quote unquote, got off of work, aka worked way too late.
Oh, poor man.
Thanks for joining us, Andy.
What's up,
So thank you for joining us.
dude? Thanks for having me, especially this late. I needed something to distress with, so this is great. Is that a word? Distress, de-stress, distress? Either way, yeah, great.
So we were just talking about our favorite transformations from Dragon Ball.
Thought you were gonna say transformations from Transformers. I got really excited.
Another day we'll talk about that.
See, that's a good one. Oh man. Favorite transformations from Dragon. Wait. Oh yeah, I was gonna say Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, spectrum. Z Origin or the original, Z Super GT any.
Even Evolution, if you want to go that far.
Don't push it, dude.
Yeah, that evolution is non-canon for a reason. I gotta admit, I really loved Super Broly. Broly's transformation. I think y'all said that earlier, but
Didn't think about him at all. Wait. Which one?
when he goes from when he goes like pseudo Saiyan and then goes to actual Super Saiyan in
Are you talking Super Broly or Z Broly?
no Super Broly
Okay.
is
all right.
like in the Super movie. It's just because it was the dude willed himself into being a Super Saiyan. Like that is awesome.
Like mid-fight even.
No, exactly. That's why like he basically just like adapted, like just learned how it goes, and it was like a more kind of quote unquote realistic body build than like in the non-canon Broly movies. It's like because it was just a muscle brick, at the end of his transformations in the other movies. But in Super Broly, it was like, okay, like he's kind of sveltish, I guess, like in his like original stage, and then like he gets bulkier. It's like not too much of a stretch in terms of like going Super Saiyan. I liked it.
Physically he was proportionate, whereas like
Yes.
Broly, it was just like he had these giant like basketball shoulders. It's like, dude, like I get what you're trying to portray, but
Yeah.
but
Gosh, I'd say that's like one of my favorites. I'm trying to think of others. Man, I mean, the first Super Saiyan ever when Goku unlocks Super Saiyan I think that's got to be pinnacle just because, I mean, took the show to another level. You're talking about Goku. I mean, you're talking about the time gap, right? From Dragon Ball Z to now we're on Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z. Now we're on a different planet. And it's like, okay, this just somehow escalated even more. And I mean, it's like y'all were saying earlier, it just kept escalating and going it's like why I like this anime Gurren Lagann so much. It's probably my favorite anime, if not TV show of all time, because the way the plot's built, things just escalate on like a galactic scale. But Dragon Ball Z kind of did that, especially when he went Super Saiyan. It's like, oh, there's literal other tiers of power, not just like training, but like just like abilities. So,
Yep.
Because up till that point, you had Kaioken, which is still awesome, and I'm glad they brought Kaioken back for Super.
Yes.
That was oddly one of my favorite parts of Super. I'm not a huge fan of Super. It's got good moments. I haven't watched all of it. Like, I like what they're kind of doing with some of it, but oddly enough, Kaioken coming back was like one of my favorite things.
Dude, the way he did it against it and going Super Saiyan Blue with it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Just a multiplier for Super Saiyan God.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like stuff like that is like that's literally just kind of follow suits. Like that makes sense. It's like you already had Kaioken. Why would you not apply that to being Super Saiyan? Or why would you not explain that canonically that that's really hard to do like they did in Super?
It kind of just waste-eyed.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, how many times could Goku have easily beaten somebody if he would have just added Kaioken?
No, right, exactly. It's like that was like the precursor to Super Saiyan, and like, you know, like you said, it was a multiplier. So like when you apply it to Super Saiyan into the Super Saiyan, then it like becomes exponential.
Yeah.
Imagine a Super Saiyan 3 Kaioken Goku against Blue.
Oh man, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
But I mean, part of the problem also is I never really know how much of Goku like we're seeing like versus him holding back, because during the Cell fight, the Cell Saga is probably my favorite Dragon Ball Z arc. Just because you get to see Cell low diff truck through the entire Z Fighter lineup. It's like, I don't know, it just made him feel like a pinnacle, because it's like the dude like sets the rule, sets the stage, and like it's like there are clear like kind of rules, right? But he still like trucks through everyone. Whereas like Boo, like, which was kind of almost like a lawful evil to me, you know, because when he like hits his third transformation, it's like the dude is like fully competent, not just a complete monster. Is like a different kind of monster. But yeah, it's then you get to the fact that like when Cell learned how to do a Kamehameha wave, like him and Goku literally point out that the level of Kamehameha wave he charged could have blown up the planet. So it's like, I wonder like if Goku's clearly like at or around that power level. So it's like how many times do we actually see Goku unleash? I don't know.
I feel like he purposely held back because he didn't want to hold the mantle. He's like, yeah, I'm spent. Who's Gohan though? You know.
That's what he does in the Boo Saga. Like he even flat out says, he's like, "Oh, I was gonna give the boys a chance at their turn at saving the world."
It's like, dude,
Dad of the year right there.
It's honorable, but yeah, he's got great father traits.
That's not honorable. Is like freaking Piccolo did a better job with Gohan. Piccolo is dad of the freaking. I mean, Piccolo is dad of the year. You know, your worst enemy, your former worst enemy dies, and then you raise his son. Like, I mean, that's pretty baller. You know, I've heard it said that Piccolo. Oh God, I've heard it said Piccolo is the best black dad ever. I gotta agree with that, since Bill Cosby used to be that. Either way, but no, it's like Piccolo is probably my favorite, my favorite character in the Dragon Ball Z series, just because, you know, he can't go Super Saiyan or anything, but he has like an awesome redemptive arc, takes care of Gohan. Like, I mean, because even when Gohan is going through the muck and the mire, he's still like watching him to make sure he doesn't literally die.
Right. Yep.
And then Goku's like, oh, here's Majin Buu, an absolute, like, basically, I don't know, Lovecraftian being with origins unknown, with no power level we can actually define based on previous enemies. Take care of my grandson, or whatever, you know, or my kid. Yeah, Goten was still his kid. I forgot about that.
I think he does too after a while. He's like, oh yeah, I have a kid. Second one. Yeah, no, it's just, I don't know. Goku is irritating. He really like loved it. Great character, but it's just like, dude, get your life together.
Seriously, it's. I mean, and that's interesting because my brother read the manga more than I did, and was talking about how, I think he was telling me how Goku is a lot less altruistic in the manga, or at least in the original manga, because he was definitely like more just about like fighting people and like powering up. You know, not really self-preservation, but just looking for the next challenge. Whereas, like, he's kind of like stupid good, quote unquote, he's this weird mix of like neutral good almost is where he doesn't have like an exact order or a law, so to speak, to his like there's not like a chaos to it, right? And there's not like a law to it, but it's like, oh yeah, like obviously I've got to protect the planet, but at the same time, there's no reason why I can't have fun doing it.
Right. Yep. It's almost selfish.
But yeah, right. And that's like represented a lot more in the comics, is my understanding, or the manga. I don't know.
I mean, he even says it all the time in Super, like, oh yeah, this is so much fun. I'm having fun. It's like, dude, your planet's about to get blown up.
Yeah, right.
Like, even in the Tournament of Power, man, this is exciting. It's like, dude, there's a possibility you all could get erased from time, and you're just.
Well, that's like
fun to be
back to my latter point, or my previous point. You know, it's like in like when Cell. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember what happens. Like when Cell unleashes his like ultra destructive Kamehameha wave, I think that's when I think Goku somehow diverts the blast or whatever, and then he mentions that a Kamehameha wave that size could destroy the Earth, and they both start laughing about it. You know, it's like, and that's when it's like being filmed like on like global television. You know, so it's just, yeah, Goku is not hero or father of the year.
You're so not wrong. I love it. Then you got Piccolo, stepdad of the year.
Just saying. Yep. Real talk. Piccolo's the GOAT. I love him.
So now that you guys brought this up, this is the best way I can describe the character of the Mandalorian, is Piccolo. Like, literally, you think of Piccolo.
Okay.
So you might like. Andy loves the Mandalorian now. Like it's yeah, literally all I see is Piccolo.
Favorite Star Wars lore, like favorite Star Wars entry, easily. I still haven't. I've been on work late, obviously, so I still haven't watched the final episode. The season finale.
Dude, so good. Oh,
I get it, Austin. Dang, bro.
Stop it.
I've already got my buddy Michael right in my butt. Like, dude, you need to watch this, and I'm like, dude, shut up. Like, I get it, but it's like I got responsibilities. I need to watch this, but I also
need to pay bills.
Yeah, seriously.
I can't be mad at you for that, man.
But we are recording that episode on Sunday, right?
Yes, Sunday. Okay. We were still doing that. And, are we still on for tomorrow?
Yes. We want to say noon?
Sure.
Oh yeah, I got to set that up. I am new to the actual live streaming podcast thing, so I got to set that up. Thank you for reminding me.
Welcome. Tomorrow we are going to be talking about the Spider-Man 3 news.
Yes.
Over on Andy's channel.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. A lot of developments. If you're free, you're more than welcome to join, of course. But
yeah, sure.
But yeah, I mean, I've only had one other live stream. But yeah, it's kind of last minute anyway. So what happens, then it'll be out there once it's recorded. Yeah, no. Mandalorian is definitely kind of relating it to yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, kind of relating it to Dragon Ball. I like that idea of Piccolo encompasses that idea of actually it's like this weird dichotomy, right, between like Piccolo and Vegeta, right, where Vegeta like simmers down when he becomes a dad and is like settling down, so he like simmers down a lot more, but Piccolo kind of doesn't let up. You know, Piccolo, as far as like I can think about, he's still kind of like harsh, still like just abrasive, maybe a little softer, but that's kind of like what I like about his character, as well as Mando's character in The Mandalorian, is that he'll still leave a dude to get eaten by the dogs. He'll still like just, you know, do what it takes to save Baby Yoda. It's awesome. I love it.
I'm aware. Watch it. I'm working on it. Okay.
Yeah, obviously no spoilers for you, but actually it's funny. It's like I don't know what y'all like. I know y'all's experience with like agile or like IT crap, but it's like we have like for our team we had like a social contract when we were in office, and you know, it's all like stuff that you'll do for the customer, stuff we'll do on the team. And since our team was so new, one of the points, since a bunch of us were geeks on the team, we made sure to add was a no spoiler like rule, which was that you have like, I think we said 30 days or 60 days to like consume a piece of media, you know, like a piece of pop culture that everyone's like talking about. Otherwise, like if a spoiler is mentioned, it is your fault. But
you guys are giving a time limit on that too. Even that's good though.
Oh yeah, well it's like you should at least, you know, it's like it kind of like kills the air in the office if you can't talk about it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like you at least want to be respectful to people. But it's like the Lord of the Rings being out for like decades, dang near half a century. If someone like spoils it for you, I'm like mad at them if they think you spoiled. If the books are out there, the Wikipedia page is out there. You can't act like it was spoiled for you.
That's too fun. That's good point. That's valid though.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where 30 to 60 days, like let's say for the Mandalorian, like the Mandalorian or Avengers Endgame, right? It's like eventually social media is going to ruin it for you or something. So saying like, hey, we're not going to talk about it person to person is like pretty respectful, especially if you're in a small office is the main thing, right? We were all like kind of in a shared workspace. So man, days before COVID, we used to have D&D sessions in our office too after work. I miss it.
That's awesome.
We can't do fun stuff like that at our work. Weirdly enough, man, we're like two of like the youngest people who work at where we work. Everybody else is like,
hey dude, me too.
Everybody else is like 50 plus.
Oh man, it's painful some days. There's
really.
Yeah, I mean, does he know where we work? Does he know where we work?
I've told you before, Andy, that I work at Coke.
Yes. Okay, you did tell me.
Yeah. Okay. So like they're like some of the sales reps and managers that I work with upstairs in the sales office. Painful. But then I'll get down to the warehouse. I'll go talk to him for a minute, just kind of,
That's awesome.
So we got that. That's how we became kind of good friends. I don't know how that happened. We started talking about Dragon Ball Z one way or another.
Yeah, one of us brought it up. Yeah, we just like started talking about it while I was checking your truck in.
Yeah, and we started talking about Dragon Ball Z. I'm like, I thought I was the one here that like that.
No, dude. It's like me and my buddies Thomas and Heath, right? We call him Heath. His first name's Michael, but we got two Michaels in office, so we call him Heath. They're two of like I know, like they're two of like some of my best friends. I would say, like just like at least best office friends. I'm not trying to like make that distinction, but at the same time, it's like they're two like actual work friends I've made that I actually want to continue that relationship with. It's awesome. We've talked about anime, D&D, board games. Like they helped me realize how much I like board games, which is like, oh no, either way. Yeah. It's like relationships like that, because even like Heath, I think showed us Megalo Joe, which is this robot mecha boxing anime you can find it on Netflix. I love it. Well, I've only seen the first episode. I like what I've seen. I'll say that, but my watch list is way backed up right now.
I feel you on that one, man.
Yep, we can all attest.
But yeah, stuff like that makes it awesome, man. It's just making those relationships, finding something I don't know that hinges y'all, or like that kind of just like a weird commonality, and then it kind of like you just find out more and more.
No, yeah, it's kind of like how you and I met, man. I mean, we both like comics, and we both are big into like the Marvel and DC stuff. And
oh yeah, and it's funny. I told Austin and Ren that when Austin invited me to do the Mandalorian podcast, I realized I thought about it like the night or a couple of nights before that I had never seen the Mandalorian. Like I was like, oh, this will be a fun thing to do with a friend, or this is like an awesome. I have seen absolutely 0 minutes of Mandalorian, so
all 8 episodes like right before we started.
Yeah,
dang, that's
worth it. With that, worth it. Good night. It's like freaking dream world of magic, man. Like, and I mean, I told y'all, I like Cowboy Bebop. I like Firefly. I love this comic Fear Agent. It's by the same dude who did Deadly Class. Rick Remender, one of my favorite comic authors. But yeah, it's like I love space westerns. So part of why I love.
Nice to be in the presence of another brown coat, there, friend.
Dang straight. But yeah, that's like why I loved Destiny back, like Destiny 1 back in the day, and even No Man's Sky. I love the kind of Lone Ranger space cowboy stuff, man. It's a good time.
It's good. Yeah, Austin was saying you like Firefly. I'm like, dude, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. That's what's up.
Yeah, it's actually a shame that we're kind of in this era. Like we're in this age where like if Firefly had come out in 2020 or 2019 or within the past 5 years, it would have gotten renewed. You know, it would have gotten picked up by Netflix or Amazon or Hulu, and it would have gotten a second season. I've got no doubt about that.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah, just because of social media, someone would have picked up on it. It's crazy to think about that. I mean, you've got shows that start on BBC or like Black Mirror, for instance. Love Black Mirror. You know, like, didn't continue on BBC, so Netflix picks it up, which is weird. Netflix even comes out with Bandersnatch. Like, they changed the game by making a choose your own adventure episode of Black Mirror.
Bandersnatch, that's right. That was that interactive Black Mirror episode, right? For the movie. That was good. That was really good.
Which is perfect. Fits right in line with the concept of Black Mirror. Sorry, Austin. I don't know if you've seen any Black Mirror.
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've never watched it, unfortunately.
All right. If you do, skip the first episode.
Fair enough.
Oh, is that? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
For all of our wonderful viewers and listeners out there, if you decide to consume the piece of media known as Black Mirror, please, for the love of all that is holy, skip the first episode.
For God's sakes, please.
I've literally had friends I've had to convince back into watching the series. Me and my buddy Michael, a different Michael. I've got a lot of Michaels in my life for some reason. Me and one of my best friends, Michael, we were rooming together in college, and we decided to watch Black Mirror because I had just like torrented it. I was like, hey, dude, I've got this show. I hear it's like a modern age Twilight Zone. You want to watch it? Went in blind, and sure enough, first episode. And I don't get it. Like, I guess we're both screwed up enough that we were like, oh, this is a good show. And sorry, Austin, I'm not trying to spoil it. All that to be said, go through like the first or second season, and then circle back around to the first episode and you'll understand. But no pressure to watch it at the same time.
Pressure's on. You should watch it, especially the first episode. You really should. No,
bro.
No, it was funny because I was introduced to it. My wife, she's a very bold and blunt lady. So when I say that, she was like, dude, I don't even know how to begin to describe it other than to just say watch it. Yeah. Lindsay said she didn't have a description for the first episode. She just said watch it. She didn't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
Watch it. You should watch it. We both did. You should watch it.
Yeah, it's almost like I hate to say I want to spoil it for you because I really don't like spoiling stuff. I like talking about spoilers, but I don't like spoiling stuff for people. But it's one of those that like the only reason why I would spoil it for someone is to like prepare them, like legitimately. It's one of those things, like not like an, oh my gosh, like I want to talk about The Mandalorian. Let's talk about, it's like, if you're going to get into this show, you should know about this one big thing.
I don't even want to spoil it for you. Just buckle up. Buckle up.
All right. Guess I got something else to add to the watch list.
What? I know. The ever-growing list, man. I feel that.
So big.
But once you get past the first episode, you'll know the premise of it, but don't expect that episode to ever happen again.
Okay.
God damn, just watch it.
Man, what if y'all, I forget if we talked about it, I think we've already touched on it, Matt, but what have been y'all's like quarantine watches? Like what have y'all been like trying to plow through, or have y'all stumbled upon or like had on repeat?
God, a lot. Flash, Arrow, the whole like CW verse, basically the Arrowverse. It's all across the spectrum, even all the way to like Grey's Anatomy. It's the wife's, and it's pretty good. Dude,
you can't just jump from like Arrowverse to Grey's Anatomy, man. That's like weird.
Goes way all up in there. I do watch The Good Doctor only because the main character has autism. My son does, so
Oh man, that's awesome.
No,
that's wholesome.
It's great to it's kind of great to see that in a different light. So that's kind of why we picked that one up. I started DragonBall Super over again. Obvi. That's another one. Dexter, we kind of dabbled into that again.
Oh yeah, all 4
For like
seasons of it.
for like the 30th time. What else? I don't know. I don't know if you do any like comedy sketches. I've been watching Tom Segura a lot.
I keep seeing that on Netflix, and I keep debating it, but I've never been like a stand-up comedy. Like, not that I haven't enjoyed the stand-up comedy I've seen. Like, I enjoy like Aziz Ansari and Bo Burnham, especially. Let's see,
Sure.
and Dave Chappelle, and gosh dang it, who's the new guy in town? I just forgot him. And even some of the old Joe Rogan stuff. My friend and I went on like a road trip like a year or two back, and we were just listening to not Joe Rogan podcast, but like just Joe Rogan stand up, and it was awesome. Especially since I didn't realize he was a stand up comedian before watching like Fear Factor. Or I guess Fear Factor and what was it? Fear Factor and UFC. That's right. He was a UFC attendant. And Austin and Matt, I think y'all are Frozen, which is like the one movie my girlfriend keeps suggesting we watch that I refuse to watch. Not trying to be insensitive. I just think it's not worth the hype. And message. Boom. All right. I guess while their connection and bandwidth is being sorted out, I can talk about my top 5 anime betrayals. I think Light in Death Note. Oh gosh, what just happened? I think Light in Death Note betraying L was brutal. I mean, it's something that you definitely saw coming, but at the same time, it was still brutal when you realize that L has been checkmated and just kind of concedes to Light. I mean, he's ultimately got a master plan, right? But we don't know that at the time. So that's one. I think Austin and Matt nailed it with the Babidi and Vegeta betrayal. Is like the idea of Vegeta's character development and growth, right? And then the fact that he just starts to pursue, I guess, Babidi, like gets the whole Majin Buu symbol and everything. That like hurt to watch. I was like confused as a kid watching that. So I guess that's 2. Let's see. I know I've got some more. I'm trying to think. I guess for those, I've mentioned like mecha anime before, right? For those who have watched Gurren Lagann, probably one of my favorite anime of all time, definitely my favorite mecha anime of all time. I would say that, yeah, when you find out the backstory of the Spiral King, Lord Genome, in the series, I would say that was a brutal but necessary betrayal because he basically betrays all spiral energy-based life forms in the galaxy in order to ultimately save them. Once again, understandable, justifiable, but brutal nonetheless. Is that 3 or 4? I have lost count, and that's a bad thing. I'll just keep going. Let's see. I said a Light. I said Babidi, Gurren Lagann. Okay, so that's 3. Then if I had to come up with number 4, the Star Wars Christmas special doesn't count as anime. Avatar: The Last Airbender doesn't count as anime. This is an argument I've gotten into many times. Avatar: The Last Airbender does not count as anime. It was animated in the West, and anime is basically like Scotch. Scotch is whiskey if it's made in Scotland. Anime is animation if it's made in Japan. That's not a diss, but it's like if you apply that same logic, you could say that Tom and Jerry is anime, which is an argument one of my best friends made in college. And I'm not like bitter or petty about it. I'm still at a loss for words over how you could justify that. Anyways, so that's number 3, anime betrayals. I guess then, hey, Austin, Matt, I can see the logo. I don't know if I can hear y'all. So I'm just going to keep rambling. I'm so sorry. Rip. Okay, number 4, anime betrayal. I got to come up with something. This is brutal. I really like the Fujiko and Lupin argument, Matt, or I guess the Fujiko and Lupin betrayal concept. But that's kind of like the whole femme fatale thing where it's just a back and forth like cat and mouse thing, like a Sherlock and Irene Adler sort of action going on. Gosh dang it, number 4 anime betrayal. I gotta have more than this. I guess Well, no, I'm trying not to count like necessary evils, like because then Lelouch betraying, I guess, New Britannia in a sense, right? When he becomes king in Code Geass is a necessary evil that you find out ultimately wasn't a betrayal. So I would not explicitly consider that to be a betrayal. Man. Okay, I'm trying to think of anime that have been in my backlog or that I've watched. Dang it, there's a betrayal or two in Demon Slayer, but that's in the manga. Once you progress far enough, I'm not going to spoil, but I would put that on my list. I won't because that's spoiler territory and it's not an anime yet, but is in the manga. I'm going to be honest. It's crazy because I asked Austin and Matt this question, and now I'm struggling. Yeah, this is kind of one of those lists I would have to draw up and review over time. So I'm just going to say those are my three, Gurren Lagann, Dragon Ball Z, and Death Note related betrayals. That's all I got for now. If I come up with another one or two, I'll go ahead and mention it. What else have I been doing with my quarantine? Oh yeah, my friend Peter got me back into Pokemon Go. Yep. Turns out I had not played Pokemon Go in roughly 3 years, since 2017, which is crazy. Also, Austin and Matt, I still can't hear you. I'm so sorry. I want to hear your sweet voices. No, I can't. Yeah, there's just a big hole in my heart. There's a medical term for that. I forget it right now. But yes, there's a big hole in my heart that can only be filled by the lulling sounds of both of your voices. And I guess just your thoughts on the DBZ universe. Yeah, so I've apparently averaged like 3 miles a day walking because I'm like hatching eggs and going to Pokestops, which is embarrassing because this is my highest level of cardiovascular activity in roughly a year and a half, according to Apple Health. I refuse to get an iWatch, so I don't know how an Apple Watch because I don't know how accurate that information is. So I'm going to go off of Apple Health, whatever. I keep my phone on me all the time. It counts. So, yes, Pokemon Go, definitely. Ghost of Tsushima on PlayStation 4. That game is lovely. Oh, my gosh, I think I can hear you again.
Oh, thank God. There's a giant hole in my heart as well, dude. It was bad. It was so bad.
Man, we're struggling for a minute.
No, that's all good.
Thank you for holding on the fort again, man. I appreciate you.
All good, man. Technology sucks. Trust me.
Yeah,
I work with it every day. Man, yeah, I'm going to be honest. I just almost completely forgot everything I was just talking about. So
Pokemon Go.
Oh, yeah.
So, you talked about Lupin. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. No, good call. Good call on that.
I liked your Death Note one. Man, I didn't even think about that one. That is a good one.
Yeah. I mean, the sad part is like you see it, obviously you see it coming. Like that's the progression of the series, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt any less once you get there.
Dude, it killed me when that happened. Oh, man, that was so painful. Oh.
Well, especially because I was watching the anime and I was like reading up on it, and someone points out how Light's animation style changes over time, and its illustration in the manga changes. Like, like when he's Light, like this innocent kid, like he's like kind of more simplistically drawn, happier expression, than when he becomes Kira, right? Mm-hmm. But in the anime and the manga, as that progresses, like his like lines become like more defined. He has like more cynical looks. Like I know it's almost like he's completely, almost differently illustrated, right? But then in the part of Death Note where like he quote unquote loses his memory, right, and goes back to being Light.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, his animation and illustration change like reverts back to before he obtained the Death Note.
Yeah, like that very first episode when he's just sitting there in class.
Yeah, it's weird. Like it's something that like you kind of notice, but like get used to. So I don't know. That was an interesting thought.
And I had an excuse to go back and watch it again. I watched that for the first time like 3 years ago, dude. I loved it.
Yeah,
it took me like 3 episodes really to get into Death Note, but man, L completely changed it. He was my favorite character in that whole show, man. When he died,
yeah, it sucks because he comes across as such a pretentious D-bag, but at the same time is also, he is really considerate and concerned for the well-being of others.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he even part of his weeding out of people in the police force is literally not just so they're not committed, but to keep people safe, is because if you have people who are afraid of this, then they might hesitate. It's like being a soldier, right? You don't want the guy next to you to not pull his trigger, sadly enough.
Exactly.
And you don't know who's going to side with Kira ultimately, etc. I don't know.
What are your thoughts on Nier as a character?
I didn't really like Nier or Mello. I like Nier more than Mello because Mello felt really edgy, But Nier captured, if I got their names correct, captured more of the essence of L.
Yep.
Which was nice. But at the same time, they both encapsulate different components of how L operated. Nier was the very logical part. Mello was the very lawless part. The part of him that did whatever it took to apprehend a criminal.
Yeah, definitely. There's even that part where I cannot ever remember the guy's name anymore. The guy was pretending to be Kira. He's got that second death note, and he kills everybody in the.
The businessman dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He kills everybody in that room, and Nier's just sitting there playing, putting all the cards together and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, whew. Whew. It's a dark scene, man.
Gosh. Well, the whole thing is dark because when Rem realizes how far Light had gone to manipulate her into killing L, it was brutal, because. But at the end of the day, actually, dang it. Yeah, I guess spoiler territory. But at the end of the day, Light still got his comeuppance and Ryuk still murked him. So
that was very satisfying. That was super, super satisfying to watch.
Gosh. But it's funny because someone mentioned it. It was another Reddit thread because apparently I frequent that site enough to get my personality from it. But yeah, someone mentioned it on Reddit, why people gravitate towards these protagonists, right, who are just pieces of crap. You got Light, you got Walter White, and you got John Hamm, Don Draper, right, in Mad Men.
Oh, yep, nice.
And Dexter, all people who are villains. They're bad people, but someone compared it to you're not necessarily attracted to the person, you're attracted to their competency. It's the fact that they're very skilled and they're very, I don't know, just how calculated their actions are or how good they are at what they do. You almost are on board with the elements of their character because you're on board with how good they are at what they do. Mm-hmm. But because you're also seeing it from their perspective, you want to kind of make them the hero in your own perspective as well.
Well, I guess in a weird way, it's kind of like what it's like with Vegeta. A lot of people like Vegeta.
Huh. Yeah.
This guy right here. Yeah. Most
Vegeta has a change of heart, though. You know what I mean? It's Dexter doesn't stop murdering people.
Yeah, but he at least has a cause. I don't want to say a cause, but he's Vegeta. He gets a family. He gets a wife. He gets kids.
And he keeps killing people, man.
He's still killing people, but he's still buying groceries for his baby. So
dude, that's saying, what kind of logic is that? That's you know what? I'm trying to make a joke and compare it to another serial killer, but I realize any direction I take that joke is too far. So I'm just gonna say that's saying if you had a mass murderer and Hitler, bingo, Hitler argument. It's the internet. It's if you're oh yeah, well Hitler was gonna become an artist. It's yeah, but he also did the whole other thing. It's,
yeah, that happened.
It's oh yeah, but you know what? He also okay. It's kind of saying, oh yeah, Hitler did did the Holocaust, but he also stabilized the economy of of World War II Germany for a bit. It's
that's the problem with society. Everyone's focused on the bad. I'm kidding.
No, you're good. I got you. But no, it's no. I get what you mean. Because at one point, Dexter does murder a pedophile, because he's creeping on his kids. Mama Bear's got a strike, or Papa Bear's got to strike, you know? So yeah, you know, there are elements of that. And like Dexter is like also more morally nuanced in a way. Because it's like he's so far detached from his like emotions or morality that he's aware what he's doing is wrong, but he can't explicitly stop it.
That's his dark passage you're taking over.
Yeah, and it gets like apparently gets a lot weirder in the books, but I don't know. I never read the books. Too long. Didn't read.
They are. They're huge. I have them, and they're just they're like Harry Potter thick.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's
But at least there's a different font size and like I don't know 1.5 spacing, you know, in like Harry Potter. I don't know, something like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I haven't read all the Harry Potter books. I stopped halfway through the 5th one.
That's my favorite book.
Order of the Phoenix.
Yeah, that was my favorite book.
I feel like Harry comes across as a massive douchebag at the beginning of it, which I don't know if that's puberty or if that's just like authorial intent. I guess it is.
I can give you that statement because yeah, he definitely isn't the way he is in previous entries, but at the same time, man, like you just said, puberty. I mean, it's people in all sorts of different ways.
It's different.
We've all been there.
Yeah,
you know.
Speak for yourself, but yeah, definitely.
Well played.
I told Austin I've told Austin and like Ren I do youth ministry, right? So so I work with kids in my church and it's fun. I love them. But I think I was explaining like I think a kid was like apologizing for his like voice cracking and I'm like, dude, I'm 28 and my voice still cracks. Don't act like this is weird. Plus I think technically like males at least can go through puberty like 2 or 3 times or something. There's like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a scientist or I'm not a doctor or a scientist. I'm not a lot of things. But at the same time, I think I heard that and it like scared me and I like told him that and it scared him. And I'm like, please don't cry, you're 16 and that's going to look weird when I drop you off with your parents. But, you know. Oh my God! I just thought about the full implications of what I just said. Oh no!
Oh my God! This is gonna look weird.
Oh, the internet's written in pen, not pencil. Oh crap! Oh my gosh!
It's okay, Timmy. You just have a good rest of your day. Oh my God!
Oh man!
It's okay, Andy. We're not judging you. You're in good company, man.
Thank you.
This is like a crap run. Youth pastor beer.
This is the reason why I'm just a volunteer, not the youth pastor.
Okay, fair. All right.
Oh, man. Gosh. No, but all joking aside, I love volunteering with kids. It's nice to I know we did an escape room, like just ran, and because he's like really into math and puzzles and riddles. Actually, Shikamaru is his favorite character in Naruto. So you know, I was like, oh yeah, let's do an escape room. Like I've got a discount on them, so I don't know. It was a really fun day. But another thing that COVID taught me somehow is that I'm really into escape rooms.
Oh, hey man, you even talked about it. I think it was your podcast. You talked about it.
I think I did. That makes sense.
Your first date with your girlfriend.
Yeah, that's right. How it was a perfect way to find out how someone is. Their real character is either see how they treat waiting staff, you know, like waiters, and then take them to an escape room. Like take them to a scenario that is literally designed to induce stress and anxiety. She said I came off as a little bit of a prick, which I think is fair. But we also did a second one that night. So it's like, okay.
Oh boy.
That bad, I think.
No, man. You guys been together, what, 3-4 months, something like that, you said?
Wow, yeah, 4 months as of last week.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
It took a time, man, especially for, starting a date. Man, congrats.
I've got 9 years.
Dude, that's awesome. No, I'm 28 and this is my first girlfriend, so I want you to let that sink in. Finding out a lot Austin, shut up.
I didn't say anything.
Your face did, bro. Body language is most of it. Matt, shut up, man. I see you back there.
You don't even know you when you told
I
me.
see you back there with your eyes, man, and they just speak volumes, bro.
I'm just sitting here with just
Great company.
No, man.
No, there's no judgment. Believe that. In fact, it's like
You know who says that? People who are judging.
No, I'm in utter shock just because, dude, you're a stallion. No, just say it. And there's a huge amount of respect for that. Like, dude, no judgment. That's awesome.
No, you're good. I think it's just like flip out, like not flip out, but I like get so nervous around women, like still with my girlfriend, that I kind of start panting a little bit and like get a little sweaty and run out of breath easily because I keep talking too much like I am now. So it's like, I guess podcasts are like girls to me, which is weird.
Thank you, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's like,
Yeah.
What's up?
I talk as much with my girlfriend about The Mandalorian as I do on our podcast, which I'm afraid of how that'll look in the next 1 to 2 months. But I actually showed her the first episode of The Mandalorian, and she really liked it.
Oh, thank gosh.
Yeah.
But the trade-off was that I had to watch Moana.
It's hard when you talk too much, though, man. I wouldn't worry one bit. Call out your shortcomings too. They love that stuff too.
Oh, thanks.
You're like, dude, I'm so sweaty right now. Like I said that on my first date. Like, I mean,
That's that on your first date.
yeah, it was to that point where I'm like, I don't care. You know, that was my frame of thought. I'm like, dude, this girl's either gonna like me or hate me, one way or another. I don't care. But I married her, you know, and that was 6 years ago. So.
And Austin is still with his girl too. So hey, kudos to both of y'all. That's awesome. Here's hoping that I really love her. I want to make it that far and further. So
Make it happen, man.
She's from talking to her last week, man. She seems like a good girl.
oh yeah, man. Thank you. It's yeah, she's a sweetheart. Love her.
You're a perfect fit because you're a sweetheart too.
Oh man,
really
thank
weird.
you.
Yeah,
I'm getting weird in here. Oh man, you are a good guy. You definitely deserve everything you've got right now. So.
Oh, thanks, man. But no, I wouldn't say that. You know, sometimes you gotta lie, cheat, steal, kill for like what you want in life.
I mean, that's you. That's cool.
Yeah,
But
no, thanks.
JK, no, it's dude. You're doing everything right. That's all I got to say on that.
Crazy how you can talk about anime, then somehow it turns into life advice. Which, what does that say about anime? Is that it brings us all together. I think if everyone watched a little bit more anime, I know if everyone watched a little bit more anime, the world would be a worse place.
Everyone would be screaming to get stronger.
Yeah, longer. They'd be looking for death notes.
That part is, that's like if they were watching the good anime, man. Is like the world would be like a worse place if people watched the good anime. Like if they watched the bad anime, dear God, like.
I mean, man, look at it this way: they could be watching the Death Note or the DragonBall movies. We don't want that.
Evolution.
Yeah, we don't want that.
I had to talk someone out of a. I had to explain to someone and break it down, like that you cannot watch the Death Note movie or movies and like, or any like anime movie. There's like a weird number of like live action anime movies, like Japanese live action anime movies. Like I was on Netflix and I found like a Bleach live action movie and a Full Metal Alchemist live action movie. It's like.
Bleach live action? Really?
And they also just made Attack on Titan here, I think.
Yep.
Was it early this year or last year or something? It's like it's fairly new.
Yeah, I want to say, yeah, exactly. But there's just weird stuff like that. And I wasn't looking for it. It's like not like the internet's talking about it, but it's just going through my Netflix queue and it's like, sure enough, this exists, I guess.
Oh yeah, dude. There's heck, even Matt showed me a trailer today for an anime Lupin movie.
Oh yeah, is that the CG animated one or?
Yes, sir, it is.
I still need to watch the. I still need to watch the Castle of Castia. Dang it, I forget it. but that's Hayao Miyazaki's first movie, I think.
I know which one you're talking about, and I haven't watched it either. I think I got 20 minutes in, and I had to leave immediately.
Man, that's
But yeah, I've watched. Remember when they came out on Adult Swim back in like 02 and 03? I watched those original cartoons. Fell in love with it immediately because it was just dumb humor right up my alley. I loved it. I laughed hysterically for like ever. And then 06 and 07, I think the movies were released that Funimation did.
Yeah.
And those were a hit. I'm like, God, this is awesome. And I introduced it to a friend of mine who is not an anime fan by any means whatsoever. And he loved Lupin. And I saw the CG trailer come out like a couple months ago, and I'm like, this is it. This is it right here.
Not out yet?
I know the trailer is, but I don't think it comes out until January. Until like DVD.
That's how I feel about the Demon Slayer movie came out, which is probably my favorite modern anime or quote unquote new gen anime. It's awesome. It's definitely not where I expected to go. Plot's kind of basic, but not in a bad way. Guy's family gets killed, sister gets turned into a demon. He's trying to save her. Yeah, I mean, kind of pseudo basic plot, but I know it does a really good job of humanizing the characters and doing character development, especially when it like kind of humanizes the demons and gives their perspective on why they became demons, or like, you know, I know it's or how it might not have been their choosing to become a demon, but they just stayed that way, or the fact that some of their humanity like transferred to them becoming a demon, even though they forgot who they were as a human and don't necessarily understand why they do the things they do.
Interesting.
Like one character won't eat women. Like one character refuses to eat women. Like demons eat humans, and like refuses to eat women, and you don't necessarily understand why until you see his backstory. But that's all I'll say about that. But either way, the anime came out this year. I mean, the movie came out this year, like I think in October or something, but only in Japan. So I think that means we're not getting in America till like April, I think is what I read, which sucks because I had it marked on my calendar and everything. But apparently it's like the highest grossing domestic movie in Japan, animated movie, grossing like in Japan ever. I mean, like even beating out Hayao Miyazaki and Makoto Shinkai movies.
Wow.
Not that I study this, but yeah, it's just pretty interesting.
It kind of falls back on what we were talking about, geez, quite a while ago, about how like they release in Japan, but it seems like it takes a couple of years at least for them to like come out over here for us.
I don't think it's as long as what it once was.
No, probably not.
Like now it's I think they got the process more streamlined versus like let's look at Dragon Ball Z for example. I think even GT I think aired in like 96, and we finally got it in like 03 or 04, 05, maybe 06, something like that.
No,
like it was a chunk of time, and now it's just maybe a year or two, which is
if even is like
yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that some of those Netflix animated, I mean, the Netflix quote originals are just licensed by Netflix. You know, it's like saying that something's like Funimation. You know, it's like Funimation might not have made the anime, but they licensed it for American distribution.
Yep.
I mean, there is definitely like Netflix original anime, but at the same time, like I think Devilman Crybaby was actually Netflix, like true Netflix original.
Yeah, there's that. There's Castlevania, I believe.
I love Castlevania.
Yeah, I have that on my list. I still haven't seen that either. Man, there's one more too, and
I'd say like you could like not even like it's not even a binge, which is weird. It's like the first season is like 6 episodes. Like basically, it's like sitting down to watch a movie. Super low commitment.
Just watching that. Guess I got my plans for this weekend.
Nice. Nice.
And I've got mine. I still need to watch The Mandalorian, and we've got our podcast tomorrow.
Busy weekend.
Seriously.
I mean, heck, man. I mean, I'm going on almost 4 hours just with this podcast.
Oh crap! Yeah, I gotta go in a second. One, I gotta use the restroom, but 2, I gotta get ready for bed. Lena, my girlfriend, just texted me that she's about to go to sleep. So, yeah, it's showing me it's 11 o'clock here. So, definitely about to have to.
Yeah, it's 10:42 right here where we're at. So,
All right. Oh yeah, that's right. We're like in the same time zone, I think.
Yeah, they were both
Nice.
central.
What the heck? Wait, where are you located at again?
North Dakota.
Colorado Springs.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you're in Colorado Springs, but you're at my house in North Dakota.
Aspen, where the beer flows like wine.
Dude, if you told me that, I live in Texas, man. I've got no basis for geography because if I drive the same direction, like 4 hours in any direction, I'm still in the freaking state. Like,
What part of Texas, if you don't mind me asking?
oh, you're good. Central, baby. I'm just north of Austin, which
Nice.
is great because you got guys and gals my age who want to move here, especially from California.
Don't let them.
California. But yeah, it just sucks because it's weird because I talk to people who are in Austin who want to go to California, and it's like, dude, how many people do you think are from California who are trying to get to Austin? That should be an indicator of you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do anything you want. You know, I'm not dissing you for it. It's just weird to be like this age, like because back in high school, I had no like kind of gauge on it. But then like when I was in college and I came to Austin every now and again, it's like, oh, this is kind of happening. And then now that I'm here, it's like I'm getting old. I want to be in the suburbs. I want things to be quiet when I go to bed. I don't need to do Jello shots.
You're an old person already.
Yeah, it sucks.
No, it doesn't. Like, let's be real. Like, Beer Friday. It's Beer Friday for me.
Yeah, I think Matt's had like 6 beers since we've been doing
Four.
this podcast. 4.
Yeah, see, you're averaging 1 hour. That's good as long as you're remembering to hydrate.
Oh, absolutely. Well, this is just Beer Friday. That's the only day. But
Oh, really? Dang, that's really wow. Dang, that.
it's
Never mind.
only one day, you know. So I'm really good the rest of the week.
No, that's really impressive and good for your health, man. That's awesome.
You know, hit the gym almost like what 3, 4, 5 times a week.
I thought you were gonna say a day. I was like, okay. Let's see.
Dedication there. He should be ripped like Arnold back in the day.
I've done twice and it's not good. Anyway, no, I asked what part of Texas just because it's I actually was just in South Padre Island
Oh, whoa, nice.
in September. That's where this came from. But
Oh,
yeah, it was you said Texas and I'm like, dude, I'd kill to move to Texas. I love it there. It was great.
I give you all a pass. You're allowed to move to Texas. There you go.
Cool.
Nice.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not even from
with the
Texas.
San Antonio and then South Padre, dude. Everything about Texas was just great. I'm like, dude, this is just a warmer North Dakota. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like if you can handle the summers in Texas. Like I lived up north when my dad was still Army, and I miss snow. But at the same time, I also like I love Texas summer when I'm like able to dress for it. I sweat like a hog, but at the same time, it's like if you can go to the beach or like you get to wear shorts or whatever, it's like kind of wonderful, especially being in IT because I just sit in air conditioning all day. So,
Man, if you want snow, come up here. You can get snow.
oh yeah, no, I made the mistake of going to Chicago in the winter. Trust me, I'm good in Texas.
I hate Chicago.
Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta step away from.
But yeah, no, Chicago is the worst.
I've never been to Chicago.
Dude, you're lucky.
I've been to Montana. I've been to South Dakota, Minnesota, Florida, Nevada. And that's about it.
Nice.
I haven't gotten around very much, unfortunately.
I got California. I got Oregon. I got Washington. Nevada, obviously. Colorado. Wyoming, only passing through. Yeah.
I guess I could count Wyoming a little bit because part of Yellowstone's through Wyoming.
Then we got Pennsylvania, Delaware.
I'm still jealous you got to see the overlook.
Dude. Oh, we were putting up the Christmas tree, and I forgot I bought an overlook Christmas ornament.
But yeah, I like Chicago. I mean, not enough to live there, but it's a nice change of pace from Texas.
every time I went, I'm just not a fan only because every time I've gone through, whether it be passing through or mostly just passing through, there's always been a string of bad luck. So I'm just consumed that Chicago's tainted for me. Just bad luck. Yeah. Sure, there's great things there, but every time I got a bad memory.
I'm just surprised. My friend went to Moody Bible Institute up there and is he's still up there getting his seminary degree or something. I don't know I don't know the hierarchy. I just know pastor, reverend, volunteer. I don't know. I don't know how elder. There we go. Whatever. Either way. Yeah, he's still up there and it's like, dude, he's from Texas. And the fact that he survived up there for going on like, yeah, I think close to 10 years now is like shocking to me.
It's impressive. Good for him.
I know. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he likes it up there and he likes being able to he likes the city up there. And like I said, I've enjoyed it. Especially since like cities in Texas are just not like cities up north. You know, they're not actually metropolitan. I mean, they are, but you know, they're not cities. You know, they're big, but they don't have the height or the skyscrapers or anything like that. You can still see the sky when you look around. It's and I love the Chicago Transit Authority. I know it's really nice to have a public transportation system because Austin sure as heck does not have one.
Really?
I mean, basically, we've got a few sporadic. I mean, like Uber and Lyft are going to be your best bets down here for getting from point A to B. It's like the way I've explained is like having a car is basically like having a horse down here. Is like if you move to the Austin area and no, I mean for real, like if you move to the Austin area and you don't have a car, you're kind of screwed. Unless you plan on staying central. Like I mean, like yeah, because like I had, you know, as sad as it is, I had a homeless person asking me about like how to like where they could get on a bus or all that or like the times and all that. I was like, I could not tell you to save my life. You know, it's like, yeah, it's like that's sad. Especially, I mean, don't get me wrong, the homeless situations in Chicago and California are way worse. But at the same time, it's like at least there's like some form of public transit there, so that if you give someone $5, they could like figure something out,
right?
Or even like as sad as it is, stay in a subway or something, subway station. Once again, not justifying it, not saying it's a good thing, but you know there are these weird little nuances. Wait, what am I talking about, man? Wow, this is getting weird. Either way, yeah. Public transit is lacking in the Austin area. And I think they even talked about their like Tesla building a Hyperloop at some point. Flights of fancy. Sure. I think, you know, flights of fancy. But allegedly Austin's working on actually building out like rails and metro systems, which would be great.
That's awesome. Good.
That's the hope.
Texas, though.
I was going to say taxes and property values. Not looking forward to that. Or property taxes, yeah.
I just want to move to Montana, dude. It's so beautiful. I love it. I love it so much.
Until everyone ruins a good thing.
That's true. That's true. They have Big Sky there. Oh, phenomenal.
I don't think I've been to Montana. I don't
Montana.
think I've ever been to Montana. I really want to go, like just because I'm trying to visit all 50 states, like as an adult. And yeah, I don't know. Because Montana sounds like the move. You need to check how cheap tickets are to go there while COVID's still keeping prices low.
All right. Stop up here, man. We'll have some fun.
I actually almost went to Chicago earlier, like for $27. Like, I mean, it would have been like on Spirit, so you're paying for it one way or another. But at the same time, what Spirit flights are?
I'm not judging. I'm just saying. I mean, you know,
I'm not saying you're not judging. I'm just saying Spirit's like a travesty. Like, I mean, you literally get what you pay for.
I mean, you know.
I mean,
no,
yeah,
I'm full Spirit. It dude gets you to A to B. I don't care.
Yeah, it's like a literal Airbus. You know, if you don't want to be on there too long, you know, that's all I can literally say about Spirit. You don't want to be on there too long. But that being said, yeah, I almost went there, but then with the quarantine restrictions and all that. Like, because I tried to take it seriously. Like, I would have quarantined for like the 2 weeks or whatever. And it's like, dude, I'm not going to quarantine for dang near a month or half a month if I go to Chicago and then come back to Austin or whatever. So, sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Yeah.
Well, especially since I was traveling with friends, right? It's like I work from home, so I could take my laptop up there with me and be fine. But it's like, guys, I'm not gonna not quarantine, but I'm like good to go, chilling up here for 2 weeks. So good luck, everybody else.
Right. If I were to go to Montana, I would say Bozeman was probably the best spot.
yes.
Bozeman, Montana was probably the hot spot.
Dude, you can look outside from your hotel room and you can see the mountains with the ice caps up top.
It's called
It's gorgeous, man. It really is.
Bozeman, Montana.
Bozeman, like Bozemon.
Bozmon.
Or
Bozeman.
MAN. One of them. I don't know. But I liked it just because of the ski resort there. Oh God.
They have an amazing museum there.
Do they?
It's kind of like an everything museum. They've got dinosaurs, Genghis Khan.
It's not like a Smithsonian, is it?
Not really. It's just
Montana's version of it.
yeah, to an extent.
I mean, I like the Smithsonian. I mean, I want to go to the Smithsonian, but I like museums and libraries, so that's actually really good to know.
I guess we technically have one here. It's called the Heritage Center, but it's nothing horribly exciting. But we just got dinosaurs in
That's more than
6 years ago,
I think so.
something like that.
It's
dude.
an upgrade.
When I say I live in north of Austin, I grew up in this town, Hutto. I think Austin, I might have mentioned it, but guess Hutto's mascot, like their town / high school mascot.
Java.
Why was that your go-to? Like
Java
that's
the Hutt.
yeah, I know that's still freaking weird.
I thought everybody was gonna laugh, but all right.
You're good. I am laughing at the fact that the town is like a century old, and I'm like wondering if someone just like had a prophetic vision and was like, "We're the Jabbas or we're the Hutts," and everyone's like, "What?" And he's like, "Don't worry, this will make sense 50 to 60 years from now."
The mascot just comes up.
We were the hippos. We were the Hutto hippos. Yeah, I know. No, you're good. You're good. Trust me. Especially when you're like female sports teams are called the Lady Hippos. Like I feel like that. I feel like that didn't age well. So yeah.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. I love it.
The Lady Hippos.
Yes. It should not be as funny as it is.
No, but it's like one of those things that you don't think about till like years later, and you're like, oh yeah. Yeah, I can see how that was messed up.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have done that.
Show some school spirit.
But either way, it's like definitely a railroad town where everything's kind of built around the railroad, like kind of north-south Hutto kind of thing. Not in a bad way. I lived in the suburbs, but so just very small town. It's started to grow more. But apparently Hutto like had the opportunity to like has enough land that they almost hosted the Tesla factory that I think Austin won the bid on. But
I heard about that.
Yeah. So Hutto almost won the bid on it. Like it was going to be between Hutto and this neighboring city, Taylor, and then something fell through. I think someone got too greedy somewhere. But yeah, now Austin gets it, which is great because that's going to do a lot for the local economy that hasn't been done already, and raise property taxes that haven't already been raised, and cost of living. But hey, what do I know?
Nailed it. That's cool though. Interesting.
Yeah, all that be said.
Austin, that's where it's at. Austin.
Come down to see me. Hutto, or not Hutto, I'm in Round Rock now, but come down to see me in Round Rock.
I've thought about going to Texas, man. I really have.
You should think about it more.
I have, man.
Yeah.
Need to talk to my other half and see if she'd like to go.
Don't even take her. Just go yourself.
I mean, I know a guy. Actually, technically, I know two guys.
Oh yeah.
I know him and his buddy Sean. I had on my podcast the one time.
Oh, the one I was.
Movies.
Oh, yep. Okay.
So speaking of youth ministry, and Austin, I think I've told you this too. Sean is the reason why me and Sean are so tight is he's my former youth pastor and boss. So yeah, he was No, he was a former. Yeah, he was a former youth pastor at the church I still go to because I'm a townie. In Hutto. When I was in high school, so 10 years ago, he was our youth pastor, and then I ended up working for him like as an intern for our church. And then years later, when I graduated college, since I came back to work in Austin and I could live in Hutto because it was close enough to where I worked, I just became a youth volunteer at the church while he was our youth pastor and before we got a new youth pastor. But then he eventually became a YouTuber and asked me if I wanted to come on and talk about Captain Marvel on his channel. So,
yeah, you talked about that. Did you guys talk about Venom too? I think for a little bit. Then
that was our second character. I'm trying to remember. We've done Venom, Captain Marvel, the New Mutants. I think there's been a few others. Oh yeah, Taskmaster. We did Taskmaster as well.
Oh, yep. That's right. To get ready for Black Widow. That's been pushed like 3 times now.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if they drop Black Widow on Disney Plus, though.
Dude, at this point, they need to do it. I don't think, personally, I don't think it's going to benefit being in the theater.
I also think it's just responsible. It's like when you're a big company, you kind of have a social right. I mean, not social right, but social responsibility to like kind of set the tone for stuff like that. Like even if you lose money, I get it. But it's like, guys, you have The Mandalorian and you have all these other announcements that came up. And then HBO already pulled the trigger and said, we're releasing everything digital. So I think people are going to pay for a Marvel movie one way or another. And then it's Marvel. They're going to do a re-release in theaters at some point. So,
Well, not only that too, like even if you don't put it on just stream right away, at least like do like a buy or a pay to watch kind of thing.
Yeah, like they did with Mulan,
Absolutely.
It's like, I mean, I still haven't seen Mulan. I kind of want to now. My girlfriend really wants to see it. I told you that. But, but by the way, with Moana, wasn't a bad thing. I ended up loving the movie. It's
a good movie. I'll willingly say that.
Mulan?
Moana.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet.
The Rock's in it.
Yeah, really
Dude,
wonderful.
That guy can sing.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, that guy can sing.
What can I say except you're welcome? It's,
Really?
yeah. It's shocking.
Dwayne Rock Johnson sings. What?
Yeah. No, his song is probably one of my favorite songs on there. I think it's tied with there's this other song called Shiny that's like written and sung by Jermaine Clements, who was on this show. Oh gosh, dang it, Flight of the Conchords, like way back in the day.
Oh yeah, Flight of the Conchords.
What's that?
Oh my
I have
god,
no frame of reference,
dude! Oh, you would like it.
Maybe.
There's a song they have called "Business Time."
It's
It's exactly what you think it is. You're gonna love
I have
it.
so many thoughts on what it could be.
No, that is exactly what you think it is.
Too many.
And it's weird because if you like Taika Waititi, is it Wakiki or Watiti?
Watiti.
I'm struggling. Okay, Taika Waititi. Yeah, if you like him, his like kind of brand of humor is partially like Kiwi humor, like with the kind of quips and everything, I guess is what I've heard it called. So if you like his kind of comedy, then I think you'll like Flight of the Conchords because they're also, if I recall, based out of New Zealand. So
Yeah, somewhere like that. He did Thor Ragnarok. Taika Waititi.
Got it. Okay, everything's making sense now. Okay.
And what we do in the shadows.
Yep. He also it's a new movie came out last year. Jojo Rabbit.
Oh yeah. I still haven't seen that one.
I haven't either.
Too much to watch, man. I heard y'all talking about the Irishman or Irishman earlier. I haven't watched that either.
Dude, like I said, I see 3.5 hours and I'm like, I don't know if I can do it. That's
like it's one of those.
It's weird. I can sit through a 3-hour movie, but like anything above that,
it's one of those movies where
versions of Lord of the Rings.
Actually, I one-shotted all 3 Lord of the Rings in a day just because I had never watched them until like 2 or 3 years back. So me and my friend, or my roommate at the time, Trey, who was also my current youth pastor, or our current youth pastor after Sean. It's all connected.
Nice.
So yeah, we hadn't watched it. So we just decided to watch The Lord of the Rings, and I think his girlfriend came over that day, and he was like, "Hey, change of plans. We're gonna watch The Lord of the Rings."
Did you watch the standard editions or did you watch the extended?
Standard editions. I need to circle back around to the extended editions, but I only had so much time.
I think the extended editions, I think they're anywhere between 3.5 to 4 hours a piece.
It's okay. I've watched the extended Snyder cut. I mean, the extended Watchmen, aka the original Snyder cut. So I think I should be good on this one.
That's fair enough.
That's right. I forgot he did Watchmen. I totally forgot about that.
He also did Dawn of the Dead from 2004.
Nice.
What?
Yeah, it's my favorite
Nice.
Zack Snyder film.
Watchmen is mine. I mean, because he did 300 and Sucker Punch, but
300's so good.
oh yeah, 300's great, and also based on a comic. Oddly enough,
That's true. That's true. Yeah, man, you want to learn anything about comics? Talk to this guy.
I love it. I think it's great.
wait, didn't he also do Sin City? Was that Zack Snyder as well?
I thought that was Frank Miller.
Yeah, that's Frank Miller who did that.
So Frank Miller created the comic for Sin City and The Dark Knight Returns and 300. So yeah, he wrote and illustrated those 3 comics, which have all been like adapted in some way, shape, or form into live action movies. With The Dark Knight Returns being used as like a heavy like influence for The Dark Knight Rises and for Batman vs Superman, but also already animated in the DCAU.
That's true.
But yeah, so Frank Miller did that, but I think Zack Snyder might have directed the movie. I don't know. I actually haven't read all of Sin City. There's a massive backlog of those kind of legacy comics I have to go through.
Well, I guess Matt, we've been going for 4 hours, so you know.
That's insane.
Yeah, you hold the record.
It's insane.
Shut! No! I'm gonna close us on that note, too.
How dare you?
What can I say? I couldn't resist.
I'm just saying.
It's
No, stop it.
I was holding it in so long.
Beautiful, honestly.
I guess at least you let it out
At the end, I held it that long. That's all I got.
That's 4 hours. It's impressive. You're welcome.
That's impressive.
Very impressive. So.
We covered a lot.
Oh yeah, a lot and a lot more.
And a lot more. Not even pertaining to Dragon Ball. Like
we probably did 3 hours of Dragon Ball in an hour of just random stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Even, man, it was y'all did great. I enjoyed it, and then I enjoyed joining. I enjoyed watching, then I enjoyed joining.
I love it. I love it.
You get it. You get what I mean.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah, even for your first podcast, you did good.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Aw, babe. Stop.
Oh,
Stop it.
makes my heart flutter. I love it. We love to see it.
And he did his first podcast last Sunday with me, and he did really good. He even held his own. My stream cut out during our Mandalorian thing, and he held his own too.
Yeah, like, dude, no dead air. Props.
Trust me, I can ramble, not rant, but I can ramble about just about anything.
That's a gift gab, dude. It's all good.
Well, it's funny because I was watching, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I think your stream cut out, and all of a sudden I disappeared. His eyes just went. Oh no! I'm by myself. Austin, I hope you're okay. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. But he like literally just closed out, and as soon as he like swiped away, I came back in. I brought him back, and he was like, maybe not.
Epic. I love it.
And you've been a trooper, man.
No, dude, I love doing podcasts with you. And tomorrow we are doing our Spider-Man and MCU podcast, I guess.
Yes, I'm excited for that one.
Our Mandalorian or Talkalorian podcast, which will return on Sunday, the 20th.
20th, man, 3 podcasts, 3 days. Woo!
Let's go. A lot of coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some tomorrow. That's for sure.
Just brew your coffee with Red Bull, bro. It's different.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Actually, don't. I think your lady will be missing your presence if you try doing that. So.
Hey, man, she's a nurse, so she can bring me back if need be.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, right.
Please don't do that.
Wake up, you son of a bitch! she would do.
Knowing she just let you live there or lie there.
Yeah, she'd be like, yeah, that's what you do, kid.
But
I'll
yeah,
put
that's,
some brain cells off you before I revive you. Yeah.
that's all I got. Thank you for having me. And Matt, like I said, you're more than welcome to join us, ranting, raving, rambling about the MCU and wherever else the podcast takes us.
Love it. Sounds good, man.
Oh, all right, guys. That is going to do it for this very extended edition of the Midwest Cantina podcast. I want to thank Matt for being on. We've been planning this for quite a few months.
God, a solid year.
No, it's been that long.
Has it been that long? It's got to be
It's
longer.
only been months.
No, it's been longer.
Okay, we'll just say a year then.
Past.
But we finally got it, and hopefully Matt will come back for a couple more podcasts here and there.
I'm
Heck
just kidding.
yeah.
And again, man, I mean, he's been here a lot the last few weeks, but again, got to thank King's Comics for being here, man. You've been,
Always a pleasure.
yeah, man, just always fun having you on here. So, guys, with that being said, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you in the next one.